Chapter 1175. Wu Yan, ranked 5th on the Heaven Marshal list. He was also the only top disciple in the entire Beiqin Peak Academy to enter the Heaven Marshal list. Yang Ao and Lu Liao's eyes revealed a hint of solemnity. Although Beiqin Peak Academy was ranked last among the 4 peak academies, it was not a reason to look down on Wu Yan. Wu Yan's sudden arrival made Ding Xiaoyun and the other 3 heave a sigh of relief. Chu Hen was a little surprised to see the young man who helped him. This person had a gentle temperament and gave off a feeling that he was approachable. Of course, what made Chu Hen even more puzzled was that the other party would actually help him. After all, the 2 of them had never interacted before, let alone met each other. Wu Yan, you dare to meddle in my affairs? Pei Ye's tone was still indifferent, without a hint of anger. Wu Yan glanced at Chu Hen, then cupped his fists and smiled. Senior brother Pei, I wonder how did this new junior brother offend you? I'll apologize to you here. I hope that senior brother Pei, ye can be magnanimous. Isn't it your turn to compensate? This junior brother is a disciple of my Beiqin Peak Academy. I hope that senior brother Pei, ye can do me a favor. I will definitely repay it in the future. Wu Yan was neither servile nor overbearing, appearing polite and not losing his pride. Pei Yi sneered frivolously. Favor? You think you're worthy? You think you're worthy? These 3 simple words did not give any face to Wu Yan. At this moment, a cynical chuckle came from another direction. Ha 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 ha. Pei, are you bullying a newcomer again? Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they all turned to look in the same direction. A young man had appeared on a boulder on the southern wall. He was sitting sideways with one hand on his knee and a blade of grass dangling from the corner of his mouth. He gave off a free and easy feeling. Oh my God, it's senior brother Wang Li. Ding Xiaoyun held his head with both hands, seemingly in disbelief. What day is it today? Even South Spirit Peak Academy's #1 genius, Wang Li, is here? Wang Li? Chu Hen's eyes turned cold as he recalled the ranking on the Saint Steel on Heaven Marshal Peak. He vaguely remembered that Wang Li was ranked 2nd on the Heaven Marshal ranking. He was actually a rank higher than Pei Yi. No wonder the other party dared to speak to Pei Yi in such a manner and tone. If Wu Yan's arrival only made Lu Liao and Yang Ao solemn, then Wang Li's appearance directly made them feel uneasy. Pei Yi sneered as he glanced at the other party. What? Is this person related to you? It doesn't matter. Wang Li shrugged her shoulders and said, I was fishing by the lake nearby and came over to take a look when I heard the commotion. I didn't expect to see you 3 eyesores again. Humph, if you think I'm an eyesore, you can leave. Is this mountain owned by your family? If you want me to leave, I won't leave. It could be seen that the relationship between Pei Yi and Wang Li was not very good. Every word carried thorns. Looking at the other party's playful expression, Pei Ye's eyes turned cold and a piercingly cold aura was quietly released. Are you in such a hurry to fall from 2nd place? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Even Wu Yan's face was filled with caution. Facing Pei Ye's sharp gaze and aura, Wang Li raised her eyebrows and did not take it seriously. I heard that you've subdued the Black Qilin's divine soul in the Qilin cave. Your bloodline power must have increased greatly, right? I'd like to experience it. Wang Li's tone gradually deepened. She slowly stood up from the boulder, and a majestic aura emanated from her body. Her voice paused for a moment before she said in a deep voice, How much has your cultivation increased? Hua. The aura of a peak rank 8 eternal realm was like a mountain, and the airflow between the 2 seemed to be constantly rotating faster. One was a genius rank 3rd on the Heaven Marshal ranking, and the other was a monster rank 2nd. One was the head disciple of the West Sky Peak, and the other was the #1 person in the South Spirit Peak. The 2 of them faced each other, and everyone else seemed to have become a foil. However, at this moment, Pei Ye's aura actually retracted. It was like a rapidly receding tide, returning to calmness. Wang Li revealed a trace of confusion. Pei Ye's eyes flashed with a cold light, and he said coldly, "It's still too early to make a move." Soon after, he cast a sideways glance at Chu Hen below. "Consider yourself lucky this time. Don't appear in front of me next time." After saying that, a piercingly cold wind whistled and a shadow flickered. Pei Yi immediately disappeared from his original position. Lu Liao and Yang Ao also turned into a shadow and leaped into the sky. Wang Li shook her head and gently chewed on the grass in her mouth. Boring! Then the space around her distorted strangely, and her body trembled like ripples on the surface of water, and she immediately disappeared in front of everyone. Looking at Pei Yi, Wang Li, and the others who left one after another, Ding Xiaoyun and the other three, who were greatly frightened, sat on the ground like withered eggplants. Wu Yan also turned to look at Chu Hen and said, "Junior brother Chu Hen, are you all right?" Chu Hen was startled and replied with some surprise, "Senior brother Wu Yan knows me. You are the first person in history to reverse the battle for the Star Key and fight with a disciple on the Heaven Marshal list less than a month after joining the sect. Now, there are only a few people who don't know you. These days, Dean Luo Tsang has often talked about you, so I have always been paying attention to you. It's just that I didn't greet you before." Wu Yan laughed heartily. Chu Hen touched his nose and smiled somewhat embarrassedly. "In any case, many thanks to Senior Brother Wu Yan for your help today." At this point, Wu Yan's smile gradually faded, and she said solemnly, "Junior Brother Chu Hen, to be honest, it's normal to be young and impetuous, but sometimes it's better to restrain yourself. Pei Yi is a ruthless person, and his way of doing things has always been merciless. If you meet him in the future, when it's time to lower your head, it's better to do so. A man should know when to yield and when to stand tall. It won't affect anything." Chu Hen's eyes turned slightly, and he nodded with a smile. "I will remember Senior Brother's advice." Wu Yan nodded slightly and did not say anything more. Immediately, her gaze swept towards Ding Xiaoyun and the others. The four immediately stood up, and a respectful smile appeared on their faces. "Senior Brother Wu Yan, do you have any other instructions?" Ding Xiaoyun asked. Wu Yan smiled and denied, "No." "Oh, Wu Yan responded softly and looked at Chu Hen again. "I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave first. Originally, Dean Luo Tsang wanted me to persuade you to retest your bloodline boundary, but I don't think there's a need for that. Sorry for troubling you." Chu Hen responded, "Goodbye." Immediately, Wu Yan also flew away. After Wu Yan left, the atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward. Ding Xiaoyan, Wild Monkey, and the other two looked at Chu Hen strangely. "That, Junior Brother Chu Hen, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first." After saying that, they wanted to escape. Chu Hen glanced at them faintly and then said, "Wait a minute." The four were stunned. They saw Chu Hen take out a storage ring, and then took out the blood refinement ghost flower from the ring, and then casually threw the ring to them. Ding Xiaoyun's hand trembled, and he caught the ring. "Junior Brother Chu Hen, what are you doing?" "I only want the blood refinement ghost flower." After saying that, Chu Hen turned around and left. Looking at the things that they had lost and regained, Ding Xiaoyun and the others felt extremely complicated. What should we do? Should we keep it? What if Pei Yi and the others come to find us? We'll definitely die miserably. Damn it, if we die, then we die. We risked our lives to get it. What's there to be afraid of? What risking our lives? It was obviously Chu Hen who snatched it back. Ignoring the quarreling four people behind him, Chu Hen walked alone into the vast forest behind the mountain. He raised his head to look at the azure sky, and traces of cold light surged faintly in his eyes. Pei Yi, Wang Li, Wu Yan in the land of martial ancestor, a storm gathered. Under the entanglement of dragons and pythons, there was no peaceful life to speak of. Ancient realm level 8. It was a whole 5 levels higher than him. In the depths of Chu Hen's eyes, traces of coldness flashed. Chapter 1176. Martial Sect Back Mountain. It was early in the morning, and the air was slightly chilly. There were many small beasts popping their heads out of the valleys in the lush forest, looking for food in the cracks of the rocks. Steady footsteps came from the forest, scaring them into turning around and running away. It had already been 5 to 6 days since he obtained Chulong's one-horned beast's arm and the blood-refining ghost baby flower. In these past few days, Chu Hen had always been searching for the 5-leaf rain-dew grass in the various large areas of the back mountain. However, he did not find any trace of it. From the first day he entered, Chu Hen had already stayed in the back mountain for more than 20 days. It was about time for him to leave, so there was no need to continue searching blindly. Treasures of heaven and earth were something that depended on one's luck. If he was lucky, he would be able to find what he wanted in 2 to 3 days. If he was unlucky, it would be futile no matter how long he stayed. Approximately 4 hours later, the Sky Marshal Peak, which seemed to support the heavens, gradually appeared in Chu Hen's vision. Looking at the familiar environment, Chu Hen's eyes lit up. However, just as he stepped onto the soaring cloud plaza of the Heavenly Marshal ranking list, a familiar figure instantly blocked his way. "Boss, you finally appeared? I thought you were murdered." This person was none other than Wu Mian, who had a helpless look on his face. Chu Hen looked at him in surprise. "You're waiting for me here?" "What else? Other than here, I really don't know where else to find you. I forgot to ask you at Sky Observation Peak. How's the matter I asked you to help me investigate?" Chu Hen asked. He was naturally referring to the string of runes that was engraved together with the North Star mantra's cultivation technique in the Sky Observation Peak cave abode. After guessing that the string of runes was most likely from the other half of the round stone orb, Chu Hen was more or less concerned. "Not yet," Wu Mian replied a little grumpily. "Do you think it's that easy to find? You just casually gave me a string of runes. The martial sect is so big. How am I going to find it for you? Since you haven't found it, why are you looking for me? Why? Let me ask you, did you offend Pei? Pei?" Upon hearing these 2 words, Chu Hen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Wu Mian couldn't help but shake his head. "You really know how to cause trouble. When Ding Xiaoren told me about this, I thought he was bragging. I say, big brother, you could have provoked anyone, but you just had to provoke Pei. Do you know that it'll be hard for you to survive in the sect in the future?" Chu Hen sneered. To be honest, he wasn't the one who provoked him first. The Qilin Cavern was the place where he killed him without any reason. In the back mountain, it was the 3 of them who wanted to snatch the blood-refining ghost doll. It was clearly the problem that came to him, and he didn't want to cause trouble. However, Chu Hen did not intend to explain. "I've been very busy recently. You don't have to look for me if there's nothing important. Also, just help me find out the origin of those runes." Wu Mian curled his lips, glanced at him, and said, "What's so important? Do you need my help?" Chu Hen was taken aback, then asked tentatively, "Can you get a 5-leaf rain-dew grass?" 5-leaf rain-dew grass? What do you want that for? It's useful. I don't have it and I can't get it, but I know someone who grows a lot of exotic flowers and plants. She probably has what you want. Oh, who is it? Her. Wu Mian pointed at the majestic Heaven Marshal Monument in the middle of the Lingshao platform. Senior Sister Qianying, the prettiest senior sister in the entire martial sect. Of course, she's also the weirdest woman. Chu Hen's gaze swept across the top of the monument, following the direction that Wu Mian was pointing at. Below Pei Yi, who was ranked 3rd, the 3 words Qi Qianying came into view. Ranked 4th on the Heaven Marshal leaderboard? Chu Hen was a little surprised. He then asked, "Where can I find her?" Dongxian Peak. About half an hour later, Chu Hen entered the boundary of Dongxian Peak Academy under Wu Mian's lead. He arrived at a mountain range with beautiful scenery and a quiet environment. The peak was not big. It was not grand at all. However, it was very quiet, and the sound of birds chirping could be heard from afar. There was an elegant little house on the peak. Unlike other residences, the little house was made of wood and bamboo, and there was a wooden fence in front of the house. A cobblestone path extended from the door. Looking very simple and elegant, the small fenced yard was filled with pots of bright and exotic flowers and plants. It looked like a garden, emitting waves of celestial aura. I'll tell you in advance, Senior's sister, Qianying, has a bad temper. Although she's not violent, she doesn't like outsiders disturbing her. I can't guarantee that you'll be able to get the 5-leaf reindew grass. Wu Mian reminded Chu Hen as he walked outside the yard. Looking at the open wooden door, Chu Hen hesitated for a moment before walking in. Wu Mian followed, closely behind. As soon as the two entered the yard was filled with all kinds of rare flowers and plants that resembled a rainbow. Wow, they're all exquisite. Wu Mian's eyes lit up as he exclaimed. At the west side of the yard, a young woman in blue was sitting in front of a bamboo table. She lightly pressed a scroll on the table with one hand while holding a brush with the other. Her clear eyes stared at the scroll in front of her, and her beautiful and exquisite side profile gave off a tranquil and gentle aura. It was very difficult to imagine that this young and beautiful woman was a top genius ranked 4th on the Heaven Marshal rankings. Hey, Senior Sister Qianying. Wu Mian's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he nudged Chu Hen with his elbow, and then he walked forward and said, I'm Wu Mian from Beichin Peak Academy, and this is junior brother Chu Hen. I took the liberty of coming to look for you, Senior's sister. Please forgive me, hee. However, Qianying didn't even raise her head, and she was still focused on what she was doing. The atmosphere couldn't help but become slightly awkward. Then Chu Hen also cupped his fists and said, Senior Sister Qianying, I'm Chu Hen, and I'm here to ask for a 5-leaf reindew grass from you. I'm willing to pay a high price for it. Qianying still ignored him, as if she didn't hear him at all. The two looked at each other, and Wu Mian shrugged as if he had no chance. Chu Hen was a little helpless, and he lightly sighed and said again, Senior Sister Qianying, do you need me? I'll definitely do my best. That's right, Senior Sister Qianying. Just give us a 5-leaf reindew grass. Junior brother Chu Hen needs it urgently. Wu Mian echoed. Are you done? Qianying's calm voice was indiscernible as she lightly moved her wrist and wrote stroke by stroke on the scroll. She didn't even look at the two of them. If you're done, you can leave. Wu Mian shook his head at Chu Hen, as if this result was within his expectations. Let's go. There's no chance. Chu Hen was also a little helpless. Although he had guessed that it wouldn't be easy, he didn't think that the other party would ignore him. Just as Chu Hen turned to leave, he subconsciously glanced at the scroll in front of Qianying from the corner of his eye. The content of the scroll was that of a figure standing on top of a cliff. The figure seemed to be wearing a purple fox fur coat and a white high collar wrapped around his shoulders. He held a sharp sword in his hand, and the tip of the sword was slightly curved. The strangest thing was that in the sky behind that figure, there was actually a huge cyan fox figure drawn. The fox covered the sky, and a rain of petals swirled in the air. A formless, cold, and aloof aura arose spontaneously from the painting. At this moment, Qianying just happened to write a beautiful line of words that didn't lose its sharpness. A sky full of flowers intoxicates 3,000 guests. Just as she held the brush and muttered to herself, Chu Hen slowly spat out a few words. Chapter 1177. 19 Provinces of Frost with One Sword. A few light words came out of Chu Hen's mouth without much thought. Along with those words, Qianying, who had not looked at the two of them since the beginning, suddenly raised her head. Her pair of beautiful almond-shaped eyes were filled with astonishment as she looked at Chu Hen. Wu Mian, who was at the side, immediately jumped in fright. As he pulled Chu Hen's elbow out, he scolded in a low voice, "What are you doing now? Hurry up and come with me. Do you know him?" Qi Qianying suddenly asked. Him? Which him? Wu Mian was puzzled. I have. Chu Hen replied with a resolute tone. When? Qi Qianying asked again. A few months ago, in the tomb of immortals and demons, a few months ago? Qi Qianying murmured softly. Looks like I missed it again. She then looked at Chu Hen. Is he doing well? In my opinion, no one can compare to him at that time. Listening to the conversation between the two, Wu Mian could be said to be confused. What's going on? Is this a secret code? Could it be that they knew each other before? That doesn't make sense. Qi Qianying actually smiled, and it was a knowing smile. He's not just unparalleled. In my eyes, he's unparalleled. Do you know him? This time, it was Chu Hen's turn to ask. He's my savior, but he's never looked at me. Qi Qianying's voice gradually deepened. Her eyes filled with melancholy. She said softly, I don't even know his name. Jun Jiang. These 3 words came out of Chu Hen's mouth, clearly and steadily. Qi Qianying's delicate brows relaxed, and a smile bloomed on her face like a pear blossom. Thank you. Teach thank you? Oh my God. Wu Mian almost put his head in his hands. Qi Qianying, who had always been proud and aloof, actually said thank you to Chu Hen? Chu Hen nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Qi Qianying then pointed to a place on the east side of the courtyard. The 5-leaf reindeer grass that you want. Take it yourself. After saying thank you, you even gave me a treasure? Wu Mian's face was full of questions. Chu Hen's eyes lit up, and he looked in the direction the other person was pointing at. In a pot of black soil, there were a few sparkling and translucent grass growing. Their appearance was particularly strange, with 5 separate leaves. Each leaf had a different color. Under the illumination of the sun, it swayed gently like a rainbow. Is there anything Senior Sister Qian needs me to do? Chu Hen asked. No need. This is my thanks for telling me his name. Qi Qianying replied. Thank you. It was just a name. Chu Hen nodded, and could not help but understand. Then he walked over to the 5-leaf reindeer grass, and carefully plucked one. Thank you, Senior Sister Qianying, for the gift. We'll be taking our leave first. Qi Qianying nodded slightly, not intending to stay any longer. As Qi Qianying watched Chu Hen and Wu Mian disappear through the wooden door, her gaze returned to the scroll in front of her. Jun Jiang. Her beautiful eyes were filled with ripples of gentleness. Then she gently opened the left side of the scroll with her left hand. Behind the proud and aloof figure standing under the shadow of the green fox, there was a little girl in her teens. The little girl sat curled up on the ground, with her family members and a dozen men in black lying in a pool of blood beside her. That year, the winter was bitterly cold, and the sky was covered with snow. Her family had been killed by the hands of evil people. But just as she was about to lose her life, a frosty sword had killed more than 10 people, saving her from the chaos of blades. She clearly remembered the pure white flower petals that fluttered chaotically in the heavens and the earth that day, and the figure of an azure fox whistled through the sky. The breathtaking scene brought about by that sword strike was like a brand that was imprinted in her heart, and it was impossible to erase forever. She didn't have time to thank him. She didn't even have time to ask his name. Just a second before he left, he stood at the top of the cliff and looked back at her. A hurried glance, and 10,000 years passed. The seductive floating world dream was too chaotic, and another year passed in a hurry. After leaving Dongxian Peak, Chu Hen and Qi Qianying headed in the direction of Tianwu Peak. Along the way, Wu Mian seemed to be in a trance. He got the 5-leaf reindeer grass just like that. It was too different from what he had imagined. What were you two doing just now? What secret code was that? Why did Senior Sister Qianying's attitude suddenly change so much? What bewitching potion did you use? Teach me. Wu Mian kept asking questions. Chu Hen raised his gaze and shook his head. It's nothing, it's just a coincidence. He had to admit that it was indeed a coincidence. He did not expect that the Fox of Green Hill, Junjianga, would be Qi Qianying's savior. It seemed that Qi Qianying's obsession with Junjianga was also very deep. In exchange for a 5-leaved reindew grass, Zhang Xian had only told the other party his name. This was an unexpected surprise. In this way, the preliminary preparations were almost complete. Right. What do you want the 5-leaf reindew grass for? And the last time you asked Dean Luotsang for some method to evolve the bloodline limit, what are you up to? Of course it's useful. Chu Hen answered lazily. Then you can ask the dean for help directly. Is there a need to run around all day? Don't you find it troublesome? Chu Hen smiled, a hint of gentleness in his eyes. Indeed, whether it was Chu Long's unicorn bone marrow, the blood refinement ghost flower, or the 5-leaf reindew grass, he could ask Dean Luotsang for help. However, Chu Hen did not do so, because he wanted to do everything personally. The other party was a special person. Ever since he was young, he had never done anything for the other party. This time, he hoped that he could help the other party complete this matter personally. Furthermore, Chu Hen had his own reasons for entering the martial sect. He was not an ordinary disciple. Once he achieved his goal, he would most likely leave the martial sect. Therefore, he did not want to establish too many ties with the sect. To put it simply, he did not want to owe Dean Luotsang too much. After all, the hardest thing to return in the world was a favor. I might have to leave the martial sect for a period of time. Before I return, try your best to help me find out the source of the runes, Chu Hen warned Wu Mian. Leave? Where are you going? Wu Mian asked, puzzled. Beichuan Bingyu. After parting ways with Wu Mian, Chu Hen went straight to the place where Yi Yao and Long Xuanchuang lived. On top of the mountain range that was full of spiritual energy, an elegant courtyard was built there. As soon as Chu Hen walked through the door, a black shadow rushed towards him. With a flick of his body, he flipped his hand and caught the black shadow. Hee Noni, why are you so welcoming today? Chu Hen said with a clear laugh as he carelessly rubbed Noni's furry head. The latter meowed softly and squinted his eyes as if he was enjoying it. Following that, the sound of footsteps came from inside the house, and a tall and beautiful figure walked out. It's too bored. No one has been playing with it. Where's little Yao? Are you alone? Looking at Long Xuanchuang, who came out alone, Chu Hen asked. Long Xuanchuang shook her head slightly, in seclusion. I'm about to break through to the ancient realm. Is that so? Chu Hen's eyes lit up. How long had it been? And she was about to break through to the ancient realm. It seemed like the North Star Peak Master Yuan Shang had put in a lot of effort to nurture Yi Yao. However, for Yi Yao there were only benefits and no downsides to this. Chu Hen was naturally happy to see it. In comparison, Long Xuanchuang seemed a little dull. When everyone's resources were given to geniuses with saint physiques, she, who only had a Xian body, was gradually neglected by the upper echelons. Even though Chu Hen had given her 100 star keys, and her cultivation had increased faster than most people, she was still gradually left behind by those geniuses with saint physiques. Looking at the hint of sadness in the depths of Long Xuanchuang's beautiful eyes, Chu Hen first put down the yin-yang beast noni in his hand, then walked forward and said, Get ready, we will leave the martial sect tomorrow morning. Leave! Long Xuanchuang was startled, her eyes filled with surprise. How could that be? It's just a temporary departure. Chu Hen replied, Where to? Chapter 1178. Sky Observation Peak. In the spacious and quiet cave abode, Chu Hen sat on a stone platform. In front of him were more than 10 different kinds of precious herbs and flowers. After checking twice and seeing that there were no mistakes, he opened his Naiwan palace, and a thick Reiki energy interweaved and circled around his palms and arms, turning into dozens of dazzling runes. The runes quickly fused, and a scorching wave of air spread out. A green-blue flame rose and danced in front of him. Looking at the rune flame in front of him, Chu Hen's eyes reflected a trace of rhythm. Then he raised his hand and threw the many spiritual herbs and flowers in front of him into the green-blue flame. Under the wrapping of a halo of Reiki energy, the spiritual herbs and flowers were quickly roasted by the flame and shrunk. Not long after, they turned into strands of liquid. Waves of pure spirit chi spread out from within, and there seemed to be a faint scent of vanilla in the air. Chu Hen methodically threw in the spiritual flowers and plants one after another. The spiritual juice and immortal liquid contained within each flower and plant were extracted one by one. For a heaven-level rune master like Chu Hen, this kind of thing couldn't be any easier. When the dozens of flowers and plants in front of him were all extracted, Chu Hen took out 3 more items: blood-refining ghost child flower, 5-leaf rain-dew grass, and a small bottle of golden bone marrow liquid. Whoosh! With a thought, the blood-refining ghost child flower was the first to be thrown into the rune flame for extraction. The strange petals slowly twisted under the flame and even made a sound similar to a child's cry. Chu Hen was secretly shocked. Everything in the world was really strange. It was just a plant, but it could make a human's voice. It was really magical. After a while, the impurities of the blood-refining ghost child flower were removed, and the entire flower turned into a small ball of bright red spiritual liquid. It was bright like a small ball of blood, and an obscure, restless energy was transmitted. Immediately, Chu Hen refined the 5-leaf rain dewgrass. The refined spiritual liquid glowed with a colorful light, as if it was the essence of a divine rainbow. Finally, Chu Hen put the small bottle of Chu Long's unicorn bone marrow into the spirit liquid. In an instant, a strong wave of energy spread out. Under the cover of the blue rune flame, drops of bright and beautiful spirit liquid quickly fused together. It was like a fine wine being brewed, emitting a penetrating fragrance. About half an hour later, the runic fire gradually died down. When the flames were completely extinguished, Chu Hen flipped his palm and a brand new bottle appeared in his hand. Following that, a drop of 7-colored spirit liquid fell accurately into the bottle due to gravity. All the precious herbs, as well as these 20 days of busy work, they all turned into this drop of immortal jade, spiritual liquid in the bottle. Who? Chu Hen heaved a sigh of relief, and a faint light flashed in his eyes. With it, he would be able to perfect and stabilize the power of the profound assimilation formation. After sealing the mouth of the bottle with a rune restriction, Chu Hen glanced outside the cave abode. The sky outside was getting dark, and it was already evening. He planned to go to the northern ice region early the next morning. He would not be able to go to the dream returning star realm, even if he had the whole night. Immediately, Chu Hen got up and walked out of the cave towards the deep pool on the south side of the sky observation peak. A moment later, Chu Hen came to a vast underground cave. At the bottom of the cave, there were undercurrents that spread out in all directions, like a giant underground net. And in front of Chu Hen, there was an underground spirit vein that looked like a silver river from the 9 heavens. In the spirit vein, there was a huge dragon skeleton that emitted an inextinguishable ferocious aura. It had been more than a month. As it continuously absorbed the power of the spirit vein, there was finally a slight change compared to before. Although he still could not feel the aura of its divine soul, the 2 scarlet flames in its huge eye sockets were obviously much more vigorous than before. Standing under it, Chu Hen also had a vague feeling that he was being looked down upon by an ancient, ferocious creature. "I'll leave you here for now." Chu Hen did not plan to take the dragon skeleton away. The Oldine monkey had left the martial sect for more than 10 years, but the secret under the sky observation peak had not been discovered by anyone. Naturally, there was no need to worry about anyone finding out the secret under the mountain while he was away. The morning star lit up in the sky. A night flew by. When the sky in the east started to brighten, Chu Hen left the Sky Observation Peak and headed towards the main peak of the Marshall Sex Mountain Gate. When he arrived at the main peak of the mountain, Long Xuanchuang was already waiting at the edge of the heaven stairway that led down the mountain. Under the dim light, her gentle figure and exquisite facial features gave off a hazy and moving aura. "Have you been waiting for a long time?" Chu Hen walked over with a smile. Long Xuanchuang shook her head slightly. "No, I just arrived." Meow. At the same time, a petite black and white cat walked out from the other party's feet. Chu Hen was startled. Why did this guy come as well? I don't know how long Xiao Yao will be in seclusion, but Noni has no one to watch over him, so he came with me. Long Xuanchuang opened her red lips and said. Chu Hen nodded. There was no harm in bringing it along. The yin-yang beast in its original form also possessed quite a bit of fighting strength. Then let's go together. I left a letter for Xiao Yao. She will see it when she comes out of seclusion. Aren't you worried at all? Chu Hen looked at the other party's beautiful face and said, What are you worried about? A lot. If we can't find the Ice God Stone, or if our bloodline evolution fails. Not at all. Long Xuanchuang's eyes turned and her gaze was captivating. I don't care about the result at all. So, you don't have to feel any burden. I am already very satisfied that you can do this for me. Even if we can't evolve the bloodline limit of the Saint Body, it doesn't matter. As long as you are here. After hearing her words, the pressure on Chu Hen's shoulders was reduced by more than half. He smiled gently and said, I will do my best. It's getting late, let's go. The corner of Long Xuanchuang's mouth raised slightly and a trace of a smile appeared in her gentle eyes. Then the two of them and the cat stepped onto the heaven stairway that led to the foot of the Marshall Sect Mountain. Hidden Sky City, City Lord Mansion. Ha 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 ha. Little friend Chu Hen, I've been looking forward to your arrival. I've heard about your deeds in the Marshall Sect from Chingy's letter. I really have a whole new level of respect for you. After leaving the Marshall Sect, Chu Hen and Chingy arrived at Hidden Sky City. Before they entered the main hall, City Lord Zhao Xuanqiong and Shifeng Zi walked out one after another. Looking at Chu Hen, whose temperament had surpassed the past, Zhao Xuanqiong praised him. Chu Hen smiled and cupped his fists respectfully. City Lord is too kind. I don't deserve it. Zhao Xuanqiong shook his head. Not at all, not at all. I also know about the matter of you giving Qingyi and Qingkai 200 star keys. This time, I heard from Brother Shifeng that you have something important to do. If you need any help, don't hesitate to ask. This Zhao will do his best. Thank you, City Lord Zhao. Chu Hen bowed slightly. Then he looked at Shifeng Zi and said, Senior Shifeng, have you done what I asked you to do for me? Shifeng Zi nodded and took out a small wooden box. He opened the box. Along with the overflowing fragrance, a purple elixir that overflowed with light appeared in front of the few of them. Clear source solid elixir. Chu Hen nodded in satisfaction and took the wooden box. Senior Shifeng, I'm afraid I'll need you to come with me. Sure. Shifeng Zi agreed readily. City Lord Zhao. Chu Hen turned to Zhao Xuanqiong. Can you lend me your City Lord token? Of course. Also, please give me a map of the North River Ice Region. North River Ice Region? Hearing these 4 words, Zhao Xuanqiong's face was filled with surprise. You want to go there? Chu Hen gave his affirmation. Although Zhao Xuanqiong had doubts, he did not continue to ask. Then he ordered someone to find a map of the North River Ice Region and gave it to Qingyi along with his City Lord token. With this jade pendant, Chu Hen and the others could use the teleportation formations of the major cities in the Qinqing province at any time. They could save a lot of time on the way. After a simple matter was settled, Chu Hen, Long Xuanchuang, Shifeng Zi, and yin-yang beast Noni set off again. Screech! A loud eagle cry pierced the sky. A majestic, snow-winged eagle with pure white wings flew through the void like a gust of wind. On the spacious back of the eagle, Chu Hen and the other two sat cross-legged. Yin Yang beast Noni curled up next to Chu Hen's feet. It narrowed its eyes and entered into a half-asleep state. Chu Hen, are you trying to help Xian Shuang to evolve her bloodline limit? Shifeng Zi had sharp eyes and wisdom. From the Qingyuan strengthening pill to the North River ice region, he had already more or less guessed Chu Hen's thoughts. Chu Hen nodded without hesitation. Then he took out a scroll and handed it to Qingyi. Senior Shifeng, I need you to help me set up the profound derivation formation. You'll be in charge of the first half, and I'll set up the second half. However, Shifeng Zi had no intention of opening the scroll. He said in a low voice, I alone am enough to set up the profound derivation formation. Chu Hen's eyes lit up. That's great. Then you're going to the North River ice region to find a divine item of the same attribute as this girl to use as a foundation to upgrade your bloodline. It could be seen that Shifeng Zi knew much more about the contents and methods of upgrading the bloodline limit than Chu Hen had imagined. Yes, I want to find the Ice Divine Stone left behind by the Frost Empress. Ice Divine Stone? Shifeng Zi's eyes narrowed. Although he did not know anything about the Frost Empress, he did not need to think to know that the trip to the North River ice region would definitely be fraught with difficulties. Even if you find the Ice Divine Stone, you still need something that can suppress the core of the profound derivation formation. You should know that evolving the bloodline limit is not something that can be done in a day. Without an endless supply of energy to support the operation of the profound derivation formation, it is impossible to accomplish this. Once the formation stops operating midway, the consequences will be unimaginable. I know. Since, do you have something to suppress the core of the formation? Shifeng Zi asked. I do. Chu Hen answered decisively. What is it? Chu Hen's eyes surged with a restless black light as he answered word by word. The great Tao Divine Stone. On the last day of 2017, I wish everyone a happy new year. Because I had something to do at night, I finished 2 chapters early. Next year, which is tomorrow, Divine King Wuji will enter a new year. I will repay everyone's support in my best state. In 2018, I look forward to Divine King Wu Ji's new journey. If possible, I will return to the flower list with the help of my brothers, and the most exciting chapter of the plot would also begin in the new year. The supreme martial artist returns, the galaxy moves, Divine King Wu Ji fights against the heavens. Chapter 1179. Screech! The loud and clear cry of a white falcon soared into the heavens. The North Chuan ice domain, which was rather high above sea level, was covered in ice and snow for thousands of kilometers. White, snowy mountains stretched out endlessly, like pillars of ice that supported the sky. All the plants, trees, glaciers, and rivers were wrapped in silver, as if they were forever in the embrace of the winter wind and snow, sealed in ice. The land of Beichuan was deserted. However, at the foot of the mountain in the south, there was an ice city. As its name suggested, the entire city seemed to be wrapped in a thick layer of ice. From afar, the walls and roofs of the buildings inside and outside the ice city seemed to be embedded with a clear crystal. Especially when the sun came out, under the beautiful light, the entire city seemed to be dazzling, luxurious, and resplendent. The ice city did not cover a large area. However, the population of the city was not small. It was bustling with activity. White mist floated out from the halls of the houses on both sides of the wide street. I didn't expect there to be so many residents in this place. Shifeng Zi said with some surprise. After nearly 2 months of travel, Chu Hen, Long Xuan, and Shifeng Zi finally arrived at Beichuan Ice region. They were somewhat surprised to see a city full of regional charm like Beichuan. Walking on the streets of the city and looking at the crowds of people and vendors, the fatigue from the journey seemed to have been swept away. Nino the yin-yang beast waved its little claws, looking here and there, as if it was curious about this ice city that was covered in ice and snow all year round. Chu Hen smiled. The people gathered here are not residents of Beichuan. Most of them moved here from outside Beichuan. Oh, what about the residents here? Long Xuanchuang asked curiously. Chu Hen shook his head. It's said that they've all died before setting off from the martial sect, besides listening to the old man in the library pavilion talk about the past of Beichuan ice region. Chu Hen also looked at many other historical records back then. The ice empress had perished, and there was no one to protect the lands of the northern plains. The original tribes of the northern plains also gradually declined. Towards the end, the population of the Beichuan tribe became smaller and smaller. With the passage of time, they were slowly left behind in the long river of thousands of years of history. However, people from other areas gradually gathered in Ice City. Then he established a commercial route to communicate with the outside world. After all, every year, many people would come to Beichuan for various reasons. Some people had discovered a chain of benefits from this. Ice sculpture, an ice sculpture carved with snow soul essence. An ice sculpture that won't melt under high temperatures. Everyone come and take a look. The peddlers on the street shouted at the top of their lungs. Following his gaze, he saw a shelf filled with exquisitely crafted, lifelike ice sculptures. There was a soaring eagle, a roaring tiger, and a graceful female dancer, different from ordinary ice sculptures. These ice sculptures all emitted a strong, profound cold chi. This cold chi could isolate the temperature of the outside world. Even if they were taken away from here and returned to the outside world, they could still be preserved for a long time. In Ice City, it wasn't just Chu Hen and the other two who had come from the outside world. There were other people dressed differently from the locals. Seeing them, the peddlers on both sides of the street worked even harder. Firefox robe, a precious robe that can withstand the cold winds of Beichuan. It's a must-have item to enter Beichuan's ice domain. Just at this moment, a resounding peddler entered the ears of Chu Hen and the others. They saw a peddler in front of them placing 3 red fox for robes on the shelf. Each robe exuded a scorching aura and faint red patterns of light suede and rose, as if there was a ring of flames lingering around them. Chu Hen's eyes lit up, and he walked over with some interest. Seeing Chu Hen and the others, the peddler's eyes lit up. Hee, are the 3 of you looking for this firefox robe? It's a must-have item for the trip to Beichuan. It can withstand the cold of winter and save you a lot of true origin energy. An astute peddler could see through his customers' needs at a glance. To the countless outsiders who wanted to enter Beichuan's ice domain, the biting cold wind claws that never melted was a problem that could not be ignored. How much are you selling them for? Chu Hen asked. The peddler narrowed his eyes and gestured with 6 fingers. 3 firefox robes, 60 billion upper-grade primordial crystals. 60 billion? Chu Hen almost raised his hand and flipped the peddler's stall. Although he knew that he would be swindled, this was too ruthless. As if sensing Chu Hen's displeasure, the peddler hurriedly said, However, if you really want them, 50 billion for the 3. Long Xuanchuang shook her head slightly and tugged on Chu Hen's arm, indicating that he should not buy them. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows and replied calmly, 30 billion. The peddler looked like he was in a difficult position. Then he gritted his teeth and shook his head with a sigh. All right, I'll take it as making a friend and sell it to you for 30 billion upper-grade primordial crystals. Long Xuanchuang frowned slightly and said in a low voice, That's too expensive. Chu Hen smiled. It's fine. It's not a loss if it can be of use. Moreover, Senior West Wind is so old. You can't be freezing with us, right? The Beichuan's ice domain was extremely cold and frosty. The temperature was so low that it was difficult for ordinary people to set foot in. Chu Hen was fine by himself. The saint soul in his purple palace could continuously supply the primordial qi that he consumed, but if it was Long Xuanchuang, her physical strength would not be able to keep up with the consumption over time. As for Shifengzi, Chu Hen needed him to complete the derivation profound assimilation formation, so he had to be in his best condition at all times. Just as the peddler neatly folded the 3 firefox robes and was about to hand them over to Chu Hen, a broad and powerful palm suddenly pressed heavily on the shelf. "I want these firefox robes." The boorish voice was filled with arrogance and overbearingness. Chu Hen looked to the side and saw that the person was a man who was as strong as a bull, and there were a few figures with strong auras following behind him. I'm sorry, sir. The firefox robes have been sold to this customer," the peddler said with a smile. 30 billion. The overbearing man said the same price as Chu Hen, but he immediately said, 30 billion high-grade primordial crystal stones for one. I want all the firefox robes. 30 billion for one? The peddler's eyes widened so much that they almost fell out of their sockets. He could not suppress the excitement on his face. Immediately, the man retracted his hands that were reaching towards Chu Hen. Then he respectfully said to the overbearing man, "Sir, this firefox robe is yours. I still have a few more at home. I'll go get them for you right now." After that, he no longer paid any attention to Chu Hen and the other 2. He nodded and bowed as he led the crowd away. Chu Hen's eyes darkened, and he could not help but frown. Long Xuanchuang gently held the peddler's wrist and shook her head. "Forget it. There's no need to cause more trouble. It seems that there are many people from Beichuan snowy region." Shifengzi muttered to himself, "Don't go to Beichuan snowy region." Suddenly, a cold and resentful voice sounded in their ears. They looked to the side and saw a skinny little girl standing at the foot of a wall by the street. The little girl was about 11 or 12 years old, and she looked rather delicate with fair skin. However, she was very skinny, and her clothes and hair were very messy, as if she had not taken care of them for a long time. She looked at Chu Hen and the others with resentment in her eyes, making it difficult for them to understand what she was thinking. "Little girl, are you talking to us?" Long Xuanchuang asked softly. "You will be punished," the little girl said through gritted teeth. "What?" Chu Hen asked. "Those who disturb the Ice Empress will be punished by the chilly winter claw. They will be imprisoned in the frost forever. Anyone who offends the chilly winter ice region will not have a good ending," the little girl said in a low voice. Without waiting for Chu Hen and the others to react, she turned around and ran away without looking back. The first chapter of the new year came a little late, but I did not miss it. I didn't sleep at all last night. It's a rare gathering with friends. I'll catch up on sleep in the afternoon and continue writing at night. Chapter 1180. Those who disturb the Ice Empress will be punished by the chilly winter claw. They will be imprisoned in the frost forever. All those who offend the chilly winter ice region will not have a good ending, the little girl finished speaking, then turned and ran without looking back. In the blink of an eye, she had disappeared into the crowd on the street. Chu Hen and Long Xuanchuang exchanged glances with one another, their faces filled with confusion. That's strange. Why did she say that? Long Xuanchuang's beautiful eyes rippled slightly as she murmured softly. They were certain that they had never seen this strange little girl before. Moreover, she did not seem to have much evil intentions. It seemed that she only wanted to warn them not to go to the North River Ice region. Chu Hen shook his head and sighed softly. Perhaps she just doesn't welcome outsiders like us. Perhaps. After staying in Ice City for a day and gaining a deeper understanding of the environment of the North River Ice region, Chu Hen and the others stepped into the land of chilly winter the next morning. Thick layers of snow covered the glacial forest. In the middle of the wide river, floating icebergs were moving slowly. Screech! On the back of a giant eagle with pure white wings, Chu Hen and the others, together with a black and white kitten, faced the chilly air currents as they advanced into the depths of the undulating glaciers and snowy mountains along the way, a frozen world of all things appeared between heaven and earth. It was incomparably spectacular, as if it was connected to the 9 heavens. The flame robe made by Senior Shifeng is really warm. I can't feel the surrounding cold at all. Long Xuanchuang praised. Of course, the total amount of materials used is less than 1 billion high-grade, primordial crystal stones. Shifeng Zi replied as he glanced at Chu Hen. Chu Hen smiled and rubbed his nose helplessly. All 3 of them were wearing white robes. Even the yin-yang beast, Noni, was wrapped in a small piece of clothing. The robes were painted with a series of strange crimson runes. Under the operation of the runic power, a layer of red halo floated around the 3 of them. All the cold air was blocked outside the circle of light, unable to invade it. These 3 flame robes were personally made by Shifeng Zi to keep out the cold. Compared to the Firefox robe, it was more exquisite. In particular, Chu Hen was a little speechless at the fact that he only used 1 billion high-grade, primordial crystal stones. If that's the case, then I was the one who got the Firefox robe yesterday. Of course! Shifeng Zi replied. In my opinion, once this trip is over, Senior, don't leave. Sell the flame robe in Ice City, and it won't be long before you become rich. Haha, good idea. Screech. At this moment, the giant eagle that was carrying them suddenly slowed down and let out a long cry filled with fear. Even the yin-yang beast, Noni, stood up. There was a hint of alertness in its vertical pupils. Chu Hen focused and stood up slightly. He looked at the land of ice in front of him solemnly. The sky had already darkened a few kilometers in front of him. Strong winds howled in the land of ice and snow. A gust of cold air that was as sharp as a blade swept toward them. Looks like we're about to reach the forbidden area, Chu Hen said in a low voice. The North River Forbidden Area was a central area of the land of ice. It was also known as the area enveloped by the chilly winter claw. There was a mysterious force that no one knew of guarding this ancient, holy land of snow. Not only was it difficult for ordinary people to step foot in it, but even powerful demon beasts avoided it. It was rumored that there were countless corpses of outsiders buried under the ice and snow of the land of ice. Let's go over by ourselves. This snow eagle will not be able to fly over, Chu Hen said. His tone also carried a bit of seriousness. Shifeng Zi and Long Xuanchuang nodded and immediately followed Chu Hen down from the eagle's back. The yin-yang beast, Noni, also rose into the air with its 4 claws. 2 black and white cyclones flowed behind it. The cyclones intertwined and turned into a pair of strange black and white wings. The 3 humans and 1 beast began to walk toward the depths of the land of ice. As they went deeper into the land of ice, the temperature in the air became increasingly chilly. Even though they were wearing the flame robe, they could still feel the chill in the air. Soon, Chu Hen and the others entered a world of howling snow and ice. The sky was dark and gloomy, and there was no sunlight at all. The snowflakes were like frost blades. The world was like a chopping board, and all living things were like fish on a chopping board. Roar! Suddenly, the yin-yang beast, Noni, let out a low roar. At the same time, a hint of surprise appeared in Chu Hen's eyes. Rumble. Following that, a huge ice mountain in front of them suddenly erupted with a violent avalanche. The snow and ice that covered the sky was like a white tsunami, collapsing with a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. Chu Hen and the others immediately leaped into a higher layer of the void and flew. Following that, something even more shocking happened. The majestic, snow-capped mountain actually stood up. Roar! Along with a furious roar that shook the earth, that stood up mountain erupted with a huge and terrifying aura. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed. Only now did he realize that the snow-capped mountain was actually a huge beast. Its huge body seemed to have been constructed from thousands of years of ice. Its body shape was similar to that of a giant, and its facial features were not strict at all, as if it had been pieced together. However, its legs were extremely long, like 2 pillars of ice that could hold up the sky. It stood in front of Chu Hen and the others, as if it was a god that was guarding the forbidden area of the land of ice. This is really strange. There are no signs of life at all. What is this thing? Even the experienced and knowledgeable Shifeng Zi looked at the huge creature in front of him with a puzzled expression. He had thought that it was a rare demonic beast that lived in the land of ice, but he could not sense any aura from it at all. This meant that this huge creature was not a living creature. Chu Hen also secretly shook his head. It was created with ice, shaped with wind and snow, and solidified with cold. In this ancient land of ice, there were too many unpredictable and mysterious forces looking at the giant-like, long-legged monster. Chu Hen said in a low voice, "Although I don't know what it is, it shouldn't be trifled with. It's coming." As soon as he finished speaking, the long-legged giant released an extremely powerful energy wave. With a wave of its giant palm, the snow and ice that filled the sky roared and countless wind blades interweaved in the void, sweeping toward Chu Hen and the others in an instant. The bone-chilling cold directly penetrated the defense of the flame robe. Chapter 1181. Hiss! Ice and snow roared, accompanied by dense wind blades that covered the sky and earth. The bone-chilling cold was like an invasion of ice needles. Then a giant hand of ice and snow descended like a mountain, slapping toward Chu Hen and the others with the power to destroy mountains and rivers. Swoosh! Swoosh! The three people and one beast quickly separated, each turning into a shadow and flashing in different directions. Boom! The giant hand of ice and snow fell solidly on a snowy peak below. Suddenly, an avalanche soared into the sky and wantonly exploded. A stormy, wave-like snowstorm unfurled between the heavens and earth. The long-legged giant's cold air was oppressive, emitting a shocking aura that forbade anyone from approaching it. Swoosh! At this moment, a violent and powerful pillar of lightning interweaved in the void. Chu Hen was like a heavenly tribulation that tore through the sky, bringing along thousands of thunderbolts. He directly charged towards the long-legged giant. The long-legged giant did not have the slightest emotion, and then blasted out a punch, smashing toward Chu Hen. Boom! The giant fist of ice and snow collided head-on with the dark blue figure of lightning, accompanied by a wanton explosion of vigorous true inner force. The sky was filled with crystal fragments exploding. The long-legged giant's entire arm suddenly collapsed inch by inch, exploding bit by bit. The eyes of Long Xuanchuang and Shifeng Zi lit up, but in the next moment their expressions changed slightly. They saw that the snowstorm that had spread between heaven and earth rapidly gathered on the long-legged giant's broken arm, and a chaotic cyclone swept out. In the blink of an eye, the giant's broken arm actually reformed and reassembled. "What's going on?" "The arm is back," Long Xuanchuang asked puzzledly. Shifeng Zi slightly narrowed his old eyes, and a trace of contemplation appeared between his eyebrows. Looking at the long-legged giant's arm that had been restored, Chu Hen's eyes revealed a bit of surprise. Then a strange black light that emitted a domineering aura rose from his body. The thick black light quickly flowed and gathered on his right arm, and circles of ripple-like light patterns hovered up and down, causing the space to faintly tremble. "Try this move!" Buzz! The air trembled, and Chu Hen threw a punch with a condescending attitude. An incomparably ferocious force of desolation surged down. The powerful fist pierced through the blue dome of heaven, setting off an irresistible, majestic power that exploded on the body of the long-legged giant. The incomparably domineering power was comparable to the impact of a meteorite from outer space. Pong! A heaven-shaking explosion rang out. All the peaks trembled, and the heavenly stars exploded. A berserk shockwave spread out in all directions from the mountain range below. In an instant, the entire ice giant was shattered into ice fragments by Chu Hen's attack. Shifeng Zi's face was filled with surprise and surprise. He muttered in a low voice, "The power of the great Tao Divine Stone is indeed terrifying," but just when Chu Hen thought the battle was over, something unexpected happened again. The endless winter wind and snow were like rivers flowing into the sea, continuously converging towards the same location. Circles of intertwining frost cyclones condensed into ice at an extremely fast speed, and the thick and solid icicles fused seamlessly like a growing snowman. The long-legged ice giant soon appeared in front of everyone again. It can even recover like this? Chu Hen was shocked and doubtful. Can I kill it? Before he could react, the long-legged giant's fierce attack came back. Its huge palms, one from the left and one from the right, slapped towards Chu Hen. Chu Hen dodged, and then purple light surged in his eyes. Since he couldn't kill it, then he would melt it. Evil flame, storm, whoosh! Amidst the ice and snow, a purple flame tornado suddenly appeared between heaven and earth and enveloped the long-legged giant in an instant. The domineering purple flame was like a prairie fire, and it quickly spread across the ice giant's entire body. In the blink of an eye, it immediately turned into a huge, purple, flaming man. However, the long-legged giant did not seem to be affected in the slightest. It allowed the evil flame to burn its body, and its actions were still as swift and violent as before, launching a series of attacks. Moreover, the evil flame on its body seemed to have become its weapon. Every time it attacked, it transformed Chu Hen's attack into additional power. Chu Hen was secretly shocked and immediately withdrew the power of the solitary burning evil flame. The purple flame receded. Although the body of the long-legged giant was scorched and full of pits, it still looked as if nothing had happened. The ice and snow constantly filled its body, helping it to recover. Chu Hen could not help but feel helpless. Not only could this guy not die, but it could also regenerate again and again. This was too strange. Buzz! Just as Chu Hen did not know what to do, a luxurious and beautiful formation suddenly appeared under the long-legged giant's body. The formation lines intertwined and rapidly spread over hundreds of feet. Chu Hen was taken aback, glancing at the position of Shifeng Zi. Senior, you? Shifeng Zi's hands formed a seal, and his body emitted a vast torrent of Reiki energy. Then he clasped his fingers together and shouted in a deep voice, "Seal!" Hua! Along with his voice, for solid golden beams of light flashed into the sky. Like an aurora laser that flew out, the 4 beams of light went all the way up and rapidly converged above the long-legged giant's head. Then it rapidly transformed into a huge 3-dimensional pyramid. A thick light curtain directly sealed all the exits of the 2-legged giant. In the dense space of the pyramid, the other party could not even lift its arms, and its body constantly bumped back and forth, looking like a puppet sealed in glass. Seeing this scene, Chu Hen breathed a sigh of relief. He and Long Xuanchuang returned to Shifeng Zi's side one after another. The latter said, "It should be a species created from the snow spirit essence, and can absorb the power of ice and snow of the land of the North River to create an indestructible body. Other than sealing it, there is no way to completely destroy it. Snow spirit essence?" Chu Hen's brows furrowed slightly. "That's right." Shifeng Zi nodded. "The essence of ice and snow of the past 10,000 years has an extremely shocking and unique power. But they are all dead things that were created and have no consciousness of their own. They can only stay in this land of ice and snow forever." Chu Hen understood tacitly. The so-called created with cold, shaped with wind and snow, and solidified with ice should be referring to this. "Let's go?" Then the 3 people and 1 beast flew over the ice giant and once again advanced forward. The increasingly cold wind and snow seemed like it was going to freeze the world. Every snowflake was as sharp as an ice blade. With such a harsh environment and many dangers, it was no wonder that no one had been able to find the buried Ice Emperor's palace for thousands of years. Ordinary people would not be able to last long in this place, and at this moment a chaotic energy wave came from the snowy peaks in front of them. Chu Hen, Long Xuanchuang, and Shifeng Zi's gazes froze, and they looked at each other. Chapter 1182. "There's someone ahead!" Sensing the strong and chaotic energy fluctuation in front of them, Chu Hen and the other 2 were startled, and their faces turned solemn. Let's go and take a look, Chu Hen said in a deep voice after a moment of hesitation. Then the 3 people and 1 beast concealed their aura, carefully lowered their flying altitude, and flew forward. The majestic snow-capped mountains were like white dragons dyed in snow, dancing in the air majestically. They were like sacred mountains of the gods, standing under the blue dome of heaven. Very quickly, a magnificent and chaotic scene appeared in Chu Hen and the others' line of sight. Chaotic battles, avalanches stacked up. Waves of violent energy rippled between heaven and earth, stirring up layers of snow. It's those people from yesterday, Long Xuanxuang said in a low voice. Chu Hen's eyes darkened, and he looked over. Among the group of figures with piercingly cold auras was the rude and strong man who had snatched the 3 firefox robes yesterday. The ones fighting against them were huge ice monsters that were as large as mountains. They were different from the long-legged giants that Chu Hen and the other 2 had encountered. These ice monsters seemed to be of a higher level. They had exquisite appearances, like powerful ice demon beasts. However, they also had no aura of life, and they were all creatures created by Bei Chuan's power of ice and frost. Screech! A loud and sharp phoenix cry resounded in all directions. A huge ice phoenix spread its wide wings, stirring up countless sharp frost blades. As the countless frost blades flew toward the crowd, they quickly converged and turned into huge ice arrows. Whoosh! 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 Each ice arrow was more than 20 to 30 meters long and half a meter wide, and it was surrounded by thick and dense frost energy. They streaked across the sky, leaving behind a heavy sound wave that tore through the void. The people in front of them unleashed their powerful auras to dodge and defend. However, every giant frost arrow was accompanied by an extremely bone-piercing chill. This frost energy directly penetrated their firefox robes, seeped into their bones, and froze their flesh. Then, the other ice monsters quickly pounced on them, launching a series of attacks. Bang! That rude and unreasonable burly man held a heavy sword with both hands. With a swing of the heavy sword, the furious sword aura was like a mountain-splitting axe, smashing the incoming ice sword into pieces, the crystal fragments that filled the sky, together with the bone-chilling cold current, drilled into his body. It was as if a thin layer of frost had formed on the muscular man's arms. Roar! In the next instant, a crystal-clear white snow dragon that was as bright as an ice sculpture appeared. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it swooped down towards the brawny man. Damn it! The burly man's expression changed. He wanted to raise his sword to meet the attack, but the frosty aura made his movements extremely slow. Seeing that the snow flood dragon was already in front of him, he did not even have the time to lift his heavy sword. Just when the opponent was about to suffer a heavy blow, a sharp and clear sword cry resounded. In an instant, a peerlessly powerful sword light descended like a divine rainbow and directly penetrated the enormous body of the snow dragon. Bang! The sword light that penetrated the snow flood dragon's body was like a ferocious torrent. The terrifying power was unstoppable. In the next instant, the opponent's body was immediately split into 2. Phew! The burly man holding the heavy sword could not help but heave a sigh of relief. He raised his head and looked at the fierce figure standing proudly in the air behind him. Senior brother Luo Lu. The young man called Luo Lu coldly glanced at the ice crystal snow flood dragon that had been split into 2 and reconstructed by the snowstorm. A trace of coldness surged out of his face. These products created from the snow soul essence do have some ability in the northern river area. The eyes of the burly man with the heavy sword darkened as he swept his gaze across the intense battle on the other side. If it wasn't for that bitch from the Huanyu Palace, it wouldn't have been so troublesome. Apart from this group of people, there were also other groups of people who were fighting against the snow monsters. The leader of the other group was a seductive woman with a sharp chin. The woman had a pair of triangular eyes. On the back of her left hand, there was a scorpion tattoo, and on the back of her right hand, there was a snake tattoo whether it was in terms of temperament or appearance, she did not seem to be a simple character. He, the stinky man from the Imperial Sword Sect, is complaining again. If it wasn't for you guys suddenly coming to cause trouble, how would you have alarmed these monsters? There was a trace of disdain in her sharp voice. As she spoke, she waved her hand and waved her palm. A shocking palm force directly pierced through the air and instantly shattered a domineering ice tiger. The exploded ice tiger's body that was torn into pieces then gathered together again. The frost and snow between the heavens and the earth were like fused cement, quickly repairing the ice tiger's huge body. Humph, you bitch. Don't King act coquettishly in front of me. After I'm done here, I'll destroy your Huanyu palace, the burly man with the heavy sword shouted in a stern voice. Hee, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to challenge me, the woman said disdainfully. She coldly glanced at the young man named Luo Lu. In terms of viciousness, the burly man with the heavy sword was not even 1/10 of Luo Lu's. Boom! Puff! Looking at the intense battle in front of them, Chu Hen, Long Xuanxuang, and Shifeng Zi, who were hiding in the dark, could not help but feel solemn. The situation in the North River was much more chaotic than they had imagined. Apart from them, there would be a continuous stream of outsiders coming here every month. Once there were too many people, it was easy for disputes to arise. Here, almost everyone was an enemy. These people's cultivation levels are not too low. Shifeng Zi's tone was deep. Chu Hen nodded his head. The overall strength of the two groups had probably reached the ancient eternal realm. The weakest among them was at the profound heavens realm late stage. Moreover, the two people in the lead had very high cultivation levels. With their strength, they would be in the top 10 of the heaven martial list, even if they were martial ancestor realm. In comparison, Chu Hen's side seemed a little weak. Bang! Waves of terrifying power continuously surged between the heavens and the earth. No matter what kind of attack they suffered, they would be able to recover and regenerate in the shortest time possible. Even though the human side was strong, as time went on, they would still be at a disadvantage due to exhaustion. Cheng Xiong, Luo Lu said. Here. The burly man with the heavy sword replied, respectfully, prepared to use the sealing technique. Yes, senior brother Luo Lu. As soon as he finished speaking, Cheng Xiong and the other two disciples from the Imperial Sword Sect immediately split into 3 groups and charged towards the huge crystal phoenix. Screech! Seeing the 3 people charging over, the crystal phoenix closed its wings and a cold, white cyclone rapidly expanded in front of it. Accompanied by a bone-chilling airflow, the white cyclone spiraled toward the heavy sword brawny man in front of him. Ice roar, tearing the heavens and splitting the earth. Humph, evil creature. I won't be careless this time. Cheng Xiong's eyes flashed with a sinister cold light. The heavy sword in his hand exploded with a thick flame light, and the originally heavy broadsword instantly turned into a huge sword that was tens of meters long. He waved his sword, and his aura soared into the sky. The surging and mighty sword aura surged down like a divine ray that could cut through a waterfall and directly split the ice cyclone. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other 2 disciples from the Imperial Sword Sect flew forward from the left and right. Both of them threw out a dark iron chain at the same time. The iron chain streaked across the sky and extended endlessly, like a dancing snake. It gave off a cold aura and pierced through the left and right wings of the crystal phoenix. The black iron chain that pierced through the wings firmly fixed it in midair. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't escape with its wings locked. At the same time, Luo Lu formed a seal with his hands, and a dark and obscure power surged in his body. Seal. Buzz, buzz. In an instant, a string of strange red runes suddenly appeared on the black iron chain that locked the wings of the crystal phoenix. The dense runes intertwined and spread all over the body of the crystal phoenix along the iron chain. The powerful ice and snow power emitted by the opponent seemed to be greatly suppressed, and its aura was rapidly suppressed. In the blink of an eye, the crystal phoenix was shrouded in a dark red light, and it couldn't move. Humph! Chang Xiong's face revealed a smug smile. It seems that these monsters aren't that great. I just need to seal them one by one. Roar! However, before they could rejoice, a deafening roar suddenly exploded between the heavens and the earth. All the peaks shook and the earth shook. A fierce aura like a mountain torrent whizzed over, and a white giant bear suddenly rushed into the battle. The hearts of everyone present were all startled. This giant bear's body was actually covered in a thick armor of thorns, and silver lightning flashed under its 4 claws. Its aura was like thunder, and it had the power to break thousands of kilograms. The white giant bear leaped up into the sky and pounced towards the ice phoenix that was sealed by the iron chain. Then the giant paw raised to the sky, and 3 lightning arcs streaked across the sky. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the black iron chain that trapped the crystal phoenix immediately exploded into several pieces. Roar! Then the white giant bear roared in all directions, and a monstrous avalanche swept out, setting off a biting cold storm that pounced towards everyone. The people from the Imperial Sword Sect in Huanyu Palace were all shocked by this violent and fierce aura and retreated. Luo Luanhua, she's eyes were filled with astonishment. Chapter 1183. A living creature. The wind was piercingly cold, and the frost was like a blade. Luo Lu of the Imperial Sword Gate and Hua, she of the Huanyu Hall, revealed surprised expressions as they looked at the enormous white bear that had suddenly charged out and was emitting a fierce thunderbolt might. Compared to the other snow monsters, the giant white bear was obviously different. The snow monsters did not have a consciousness, so they did not know how to cooperate or help each other. When Luo Lu was about to seal the crystal phoenix, the other snow monsters did not try to rescue it. They only attacked instinctively. However, the giant white bear was different. It knew how to break the seal, and its cold eyes were filled with ferocity. Chu Hen and the other 2, who were hiding in the dark and quietly observing the situation, couldn't help but feel surprised. What secrets were hidden in the northern snow region? It was really curious. Roar! As soon as the giant white bear appeared, the snow monsters seemed to have a soul. One by one, the gigantic creatures unleashed a ferocious attack like a stormy sea. Sky-shaking avalanches swept out in all directions, shaking the heavens and earth. Evil creature! Ching Xiong raised his sword and slashed at the giant white bear. The latter roared angrily and swung its huge claws down. A silver claw ray tore through the sky and met the fierce sword attack head-on. Boom! A violent force spread out, and the aftermath of the attack spread out. Ching Xiong was sent flying by the giant white bear's claw. Roar! The front paw stomped on the ground, and the ground cracked and the mountains collapsed. A powerful shockwave came crashing down. Bang! Ching Xiong, who had been hit twice, felt his blood boil. His body trembled, and he almost lost his grip on his heavy sword. When he finally stabilized himself, a vicious look appeared on his face. Be *starred. I'm going to break your bones. However, at this moment, Luo Lu suddenly stopped him. Don't attack. Senior brother Luo Lu? Ching Xiong frowned. Luo Lu glanced at the snow monsters and said coldly, Let's go. Go. Ching Xiong was even more confused. Were they going to return empty-handed? Although he was confused, he did not dare to disobey Luo Lu's order. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Retreat! Without any hesitation, the disciples of the Imperial Sword Sect immediately flew away. On the other side, the disciples of Huanyu Palace were slightly surprised. It seems like the Imperial Sword School is nothing more than a group of cowards. Someone ridiculed. But just as he finished speaking, Flower Snake chuckled, Let's go too! Everyone was taken aback. Why? However, Flower Snake did not give any explanation. His sharp triangular eyes flashed with a touch of coldness. Then he led the crowd away. They're all gone? Hiding in the dark, Chu Hen and the other 2 couldn't help but feel a little bewildered. Logically speaking, with their strength, it should not be so easy for them to retreat. I'm afraid they've all given up. Long Xuan said softly. Chu Hen's gaze slightly sunk as he shook his head. His eyes revealed a few profound meanings. I'm afraid it's not that simple. The outsiders of the Imperial Sword Gate and Huanyu Palace quickly left. The snow monsters, led by the White Thunder Bear, had no intention of chasing after them. Ice monsters that were as majestic as mountains stood at the peak of the snowy land, as if they were ancient sorcerer spirits guarding this ancient land. Roar! The White Thunder Bear roared to the sky, its aura shocking everyone. Then, the White Thunder Bear's huge eyes swept across the land. Then it turned around and left in the direction it came from, leaving behind the many ice monsters. In a world of ice and snow, everything was white. The boundless ice field was like a huge mirror on the ground. On a steep ice wall, a lonely figure stood. The figure was unusually thin, her hair was messy, and her clothes were unkempt. It was a little girl around 11 or 12 years old. Although she was dirty, her appearance was delicate, and her skin was very white. What was shocking was that she stepped on the ice wall with her bare feet. Her clothes were thin, and her hands and feet were exposed. Moreover, she was in the bitterly cold North Ice region. Furthermore, there was no movement of true inner force on her body. Clearly, she was not a wuxiu. One had to know that even experts of the profound heaven realm, or even the eternal realm, needed to enter this place under the protection of the Firefox robe. Yet, this soft and weak little girl who did not know how to cultivate was able to stand here without fear of the extreme cold. It was unbelievable. Apart from that, the little girl was holding a necklace in her hand. The necklace was not exquisite, nor was it luxurious. It was just an ice blue pendant connected by a red string. The pendant was in the shape of an ice cone. It glowed like a gem. Roar! A low roar came from afar. In front of the snow-covered tundra, a huge white bear slowly walked over step by step. Looking at the huge bear, the little girl's eyes lit up, and she smiled innocently and adorably. Big White. She shouted, waving her hands. The huge white bear responded, then walked in front of the little girl. Its huge body was even larger than the ice wall she was standing on. The little girl reached out and touched the white bear's head. Have those people left? Woo! The white bear replied in a low voice. The little girl pursed her lips and smiled. It's good that they're gone. I really hope that the people outside will never come here. However, before she could finish speaking, a shrill, strange laughter suddenly traveled into her ears. Little girl, aren't you cold with just this little clothes? The little girl's expression changed drastically, and the lightning white bear immediately revealed a fierce look. Ripples appeared in the air, and an illusory shadow suddenly appeared behind the little girl. From the shadow, an arm with the tattoo of a poisonous scorpion reached out and reached for the little girl's shoulder. Roar! The white bear in front of the little girl roared angrily and waved its sharp claws, creating a terrifying aura. The ice wall in front of the little girl instantly shattered layer by layer and exploded. However, in the next instant, the little girl was directly pulled high into the air by a seductive woman who exuded a dangerous aura. The little girl panicked and hurriedly raised the ice cone necklace in her hand. Accompanied by a strong pulsation of energy, invisible waves of air spread out in all directions. At the peak of the snowy mountain in front, a layer of turbulent aura was instantly set off. Following that, huge creatures rapidly rushed over from the sky, full of flying snow. Quickly come and help us, the little girl shouted loudly. Before she finished speaking, Flower Snake's eyes flashed with a cold light. He raised his hand and slapped the little girl's hand. Accompanied by a sharp pain, the ice cone necklace flew out. The little girl was shocked. The ice cone necklace drew a parabola in the air, then steadily landed in an ice-cold palm. Is this what you rely on to control those things? The person who came was none other than Luo Lu from the Imperial Sword Sect. Being attacked from both front and back, the lightning white bear let out an angry roar. Flower Snake chuckled. "You're quite fast." Luo Lu also smiled indifferently. "You're actually ahead of me." Rumble. At the same time, huge creatures with mountainous auras swept up an earth-shattering aura and charged towards them. Luo Lu's eyes slanted, and the corner of his mouth curled into a cold smile. The hand that gripped the ice cone necklace released a fierce hidden force, accompanied by a "Kacha" sound. The little girl's face suddenly turned pale. She waved her hands and shouted, "No!" along with the crystal-clear powder that fluttered out of Luo Lu's palm. In an instant, the majestic auras that rushed over like a flood instantly sank into a state of dead silence. Bang, 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 the huge ice giants that were as large as mountains suddenly fell to the ground, like giant ice sculptures that rapidly collapsed, one after another, no longer moving. Seeing this scene, Luo Lu raised his eyebrows at the little girl and laughed mockingly. "Now they're really dead." The little girl waved her frail body and kept struggling. "Let go of me, you bad guys." "Hey, little girl, do you want to tell me who you are? Why can you control them? Let go of me." "I won't tell you, let go of me." The little girl waved her small fists, constantly hitting Flower Snake's body. The latter smiled slyly. "You're really dishonest. Looks like I'll have to take you away first." "Humph. Do you think it's that easy to take her away?" Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, a shadow flashed past, and Luo Lu immediately flashed in front of the two. "If you want to eat alone, I'm afraid you'll have to ask for my permission first." Roar! At the same time, the white bear was already unable to restrain its rage. Its eyes erupted with a ruthless bloody glow as it struck the ground with its claws. Rumble! Numerous long and narrow cracks swiftly spread out on the glacier beneath it, and the layer of ice shattered inch by inch like a river of ice that had split open then. White Bear stepped on Lightning and aggressively pounced towards Luo Lu and Flower Snake. "Humph!" A disdainful sneer appeared on Luo Lu's face. Facing Violent Bear, Luo Lu condensed an endless amount of true inner force in his palm. "You're courting death!" An incomparably fierce palm struck out, accompanied by an unshakable destructive force, and a solid giant palm print fell down, firmly hitting White Bear's body. Bang! Violent energy exploded, and an overwhelming attack came crashing down. White Bear was directly sent flying, crashing heavily onto the ground, and bright red blood spurted from his mouth and nose. The surface of the ice was quickly dyed red, and the warm beast blood spread out on the ice, turning into bright red ice crystals. Wait! The little girl cried bitterly, and tears immediately flowed from her eyes. "Roar!" The violent Thunder Bear roared in a low voice, and it trembled as it crawled up from the ground. But after a few steps, it collapsed again. "Hee, interesting!" A sinister coldness flashed in Luo Lu's eyes. After that, he raised his hand and flipped it in the air, accompanied by an extremely piercingly cold fluctuation of aura. A myriad of golden lights flickered under the sky. Under the envelopment of the dense divine light, an enormous sword that was over 300 meters long appeared out of thin air. "Reckless beast, you can disappear now." Buzz! A terrifying sword aura swept across the sky, and an endless aura of death enveloped the world. The little girl cried heart-wrenchingly, "No!" A piercingly cold giant sword light fell from the sky, like a divine punishment from a fiend god, directly slashing toward the violent Thunder Bear below. The unshakable aura made it unable to move. He opened his eyes helplessly and could only watch as the sword light fell. Whoosh! Suddenly, a wave of hidden energy that was as soft as the tide suddenly surged over. The moment the earth-shaking giant sword fell, the violent Thunder Bear's body actually shifted a little. Luo Lu's eyes turned cold, and a chill surged between his brows. Almost at the same time, the terrifying sword light fell in a straight line, attacking the violent Thunder Bear's side. Boom! The earth-shaking power hit the ground, and with the violent Thunder Bear as the center, the vast ice field directly cracked and exploded. Cracks spread out in all directions. Countless deep cracks stretched across the ice field. Rumble! Then a huge crater was blasted into the mirror-smooth ice field. Accompanied by a monstrous avalanche, the cracked crater rapidly expanded. The violent Thunder Bear lost its balance, and its huge body directly fell into the infinitely expanding crater. Whitey! The little girl's cry was especially heart-wrenching. Layers of ice fell and exploded, and under the thick layer of ice, there seemed to be an undercurrent surging. The earth shaking, chilly air directly rushed up to the sky. Chaotic air waves covered the sky and covered the earth. In an instant, an incomparably huge abyssal crater appeared under the sky. The huge crater was exceptionally spectacular, appearing in the land of the Northern River, like an abyssal blue hole in the vast deep sea. Chapter 1184. Rumble! The glaciers cracked and the earth split open. Waves of cold air rushed into the sky like a white torrent and filled the air. The gigantic abyssal blue hole appeared in the sky with a shocking momentum. The gigantic hole was like a monster swallowing the earth. Along with the violent lightning bear, the collapsing ice layer, they fell into the mouth of the abyss. Luo-Lu's eyes were filled with shock. Even Flower Snake couldn't hide the surprise on his face. Could this be the secret of the North River Ice Realm? Swish, swish, swish! At the same time, the other people from the Imperial Sword Gate and Huan Yu Hall also arrived. Looking at this incomparably spectacular scene, everyone's faces were filled with deep astonishment and excitement. The entrance to the Ice Palace? Found it? You killed Dabai. I will never forgive you. Sob, sob. The little girl was weak and helpless, crying her heart out. Seeing the little girl in Flower Snake's hand, Cheng Xiong narrowed his eyes and said, "Humph, so it's this damned girl. Back in Ice City, I knew there was something wrong with her. She said that anyone who stepped into the North River Ice Realm would be punished by the chilly winter claw. So it was her, little girl. I didn't kill your Dabai. Tell me, the Ice Palace is here, right?" Flower Snake said with a smile, "It's you? A bunch of bad people. I won't tell you even if I die. Oh, looks like you really do know the secret of the North River Ice Realm. Tell me, and I won't kill you. Otherwise, I will throw you into a pile of snakes and make you wish you were dead." Hearing Flower Snake's words, the little girl trembled in fear. However, she still gritted her teeth and tears welled up in her eyes. "I don't know, I won't tell you. Is that so?" Flower Snake's eyes flashed coldly. Then he waved his hand and threw the little girl into the gigantic blue hole. "Then you can lead the way for us down there." Ah, the little girl's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She closed her eyes and fell into the abyss. At the same time, Flower Snake, Luo-Lu, Cheng Xiong, and the rest of the people from Huan Yu Hall and Imperial Sword Sect quickly followed closely behind. They turned into sharp afterimages and flew into the blue hole. The newly opened blue hole was like a giant abyssal mouth that swallowed everyone. More than 20 figures disappeared from it one after another. In less than 10 seconds, Chu Hen, Long Xuan Chuang, Shifeng Zi, and Noni, the yin-yang beast, appeared from the dark. 3 humans and 1 beast flew above the blue hole and looked down. The endless abyss seemed to be a spatial passageway that led to another world. "What should we do?" Long Xuan Chuang asked softly. "Go down." Without any hesitation, Chu Hen leapt up and took the lead to enter the blue hole. Long Xuan Chuang, Shifeng Zi, and Noni followed closely behind. 3 people and 1 beast directly followed the 2 teams in front of them into the abyss. The bone-chilling temperature assaulted them from all directions. Below the blue hole was an incomparably sturdy ice wall. Moreover, as they continued to descend, the airflow became colder and colder. From time to time, there would be long and sharp frost blades flying out from the abyss, However, with the Imperial Sword Sect and Huan Yu Hall blocking in front, there were very few frost blades that could reach Chu Hen. The bottom of the blue hole could not be seen. With Flower Snake as the leader, the people from Huan Yu Hall carried the little girl and acted as the leader of the team. Luo Lu and the rest followed closely behind. There was almost no distance between them. As the depth continued to increase, the structure of the blue hole also became more complicated. Giant crisscrossing ice pillars were suspended in the air like bridges. Spectacular ice walls were branching out from the area below, forming a dark and deep passageway. Those incomparably sharp ice blades and wind blades flew out from those dark passageways. The underground world under the blue hole could be said to be connected in all directions. It was spectacular and vast. Moreover, the bottom of the abyss did not descend in a straight line. Various hanging ice walls protruded from all directions. Behind the layers of ice, there were dark passageways that led to unknown places. It was like an incomparably huge underground ice palace. Suddenly, a wave of cold air that was as cold as an icicle surged out without any warning. In the next instant, countless piercingly cold frost blades that were like spiraling flying daggers shot out from one of the hidden passageways. This time, the frost blade attack could be said to be incomparably fierce. Everyone's expression changed as they continuously dodged and defended themselves. However, there were still a few unlucky figures that had their flesh and tendons and bones cut by the dense frost blades. Accompanied by a few shrill cries, they became bloodied people. The deep cold air flow caused the blood in their bodies to quickly freeze. One by one, they fell from the sky powerlessly. In the end, they were shattered into pieces amidst the roar of the frost blades. What a terrifying power! Chang Xiong's face turned pale. Luo Lu's gaze slightly darkened, but his emotions did not change much. He glanced at Flower Snake, who was holding the little girl hostage, before he lifted his gaze and looked at the area above. It seems like there are still people who want to be the Oriole. Cheng Xiong and the others beside him were stunned, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Senior brother, Luo Lu? Huh. The corners of Luo Lu's mouth curled up into a mocking smile. These days, all kinds of cats and dogs come to the Northern River. In the end, they don't even know how they died. Hearing the shrill cries coming from the bottom of the abyss, the expressions of Chu Hen and the others changed slightly. It seems like something has happened, Shifengzi said in a deep voice. Chu Hen nodded slightly. Be careful. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, hundreds of ring-shaped wind blades attacked. They were like scimitars that minced the space, emitting a dense, destructive aura. Chu Hen's pupils turned cold, and a vigorous true origin energy erupted from his body. He raised his hand to lift up his palm, and a soft yet vigorous palm force poured down like a hot wind blowing past, and all the ring-shaped wind blades that were flying towards him exploded into dust. However, right when Chu Hen easily blocked these wind blades, a low and deep sword chi suddenly trembled in the air. Instantly, a solid sword shadow with an imposing manner flashed through the sky, and it swept up a desolate and murderous aura as it slashed towards Chu Hen and the others. The sword light with a majestic aura attacked from the bottom of the blue hole, and it emitted circle after circle of flowing sword markings. The expressions of the three of them changed instantly. Disperse! Chu Hen shouted in a deep voice as he lifted up his palm to his left and right, and he blasted away Long Xuanchuang, Shifengzi, and the yin-yang beast, Noni, swoosh! The piercingly cold sword chi that was comparable to a shocking rainbow practically brushed past Chu Hen's chest and pierced through. The sharp aura that covered it cut through Chu Hen's clothes, and strands of blood splattered out. Long Xuanchuang's pretty face turned slightly pale. Chu Hen! Without waiting for Chu Hen to reply, the sword light that pierced through diagonally struck an ice wall behind them. Rumble! In an instant, the ice wall rapidly cracked open, and the ground shook as huge chunks of ice smashed down from the sky. Moreover, a few huge chunks of ice that were nearly 100 meters in size directly smashed towards Long Xuanchuang's position. Not good. Shifeng Zi turned pale with fright. It would be fine if it was an ordinary piece of ice, but the bottom of the blue hole was extremely cold ice that had existed for 10,000 years. If one were to be continuously smashed, just the profound cold energy that entered one's body would be enough to make Long Xuanchuang, who was at the profound sky realm, unable to bear it. The strength of these few chunks of ice was much stronger than the hundreds of wind blades. The falling boulders and ice cubes came crashing down rapidly. At this critical moment, Chu Hen left a trail of afterimages in the air and immediately pulled Long Xuanchuang into his arms. Boom! In the next moment, the huge 10,000-year-old ice block smashed into Chu Hen's back like a small mountain, and a chaotic black light swept out from Chu Hen's body. Long Xuanchuang's beautiful eyes trembled, and she looked at Chu Hen, who was protecting her under his body in panic. On his handsome face, there was a pair of deep and steady eyes. His firm and resolute features gave off an indescribable heroic aura. Go! But just as Chu Hen was about to leave, large chunks of ice came crashing down one after another. Endless 10,000-year-old cold invaded his body, and Chu Hen suddenly felt as if the blood in his body was about to freeze. His body staggered, and the violent impact caused him to lose his balance. Under the continuous impact, Chu Hen and Long Xuanchuang fell onto an ice bridge below. When the ice bridge was crushed, a dark passage appeared below the two of them. When Chu Hen and Long Xuanchuang fell into the passage, a violent reverse suction burst out. The two of them were like leaves that were sucked into a vortex of cold wind, and were immediately sucked into the passage. Chu Hen! Shifeng Zi's expression changed again. Woo! Even the yin-yang beast, Noni, let out a panicked cry. Before Shifeng Zi could rescue them, huge chunks of ice fell one after another, and immediately filled and buried the dark passage. In the blink of an eye, the layers of ice piled up to a height of several hundred meters, and directly buried one side of the ice wall. Hearing the violent commotion coming from behind the blue hole, Huan Yu Palace's flower snake turned around and chuckled. Don't act recklessly. If this place collapses, we will all be buried here. Don't worry, it won't collapse. Luo Lu laughed coldly. The structure and size of the blue hole's abyss far exceeded their imagination. The ice that had accumulated for tens of thousands of years here was as hard as steel. A small collapse was simply not enough to destroy this ancient underground ice palace. At the same time, Luo Lu's eyes surged with a hint of pride when he felt the two auras behind him disappear. Humph! Trash that can be dealt with so easily dares to meddle in my business. Chapter 1185. Whoosh! The cold wind whistled, and the airflow was like a torrent. An extremely strong countercurrent whirlwind swept Chu Hen and Long Xuanchuang into an unknown passage, like a whirlpool. The extremely cold, profound energy continuously invaded the major meridians in Chu Hen's body. However, he hugged Long Xuanchuang tightly, protecting her under his body, blocking all the ice profound energy for her. The two were like fallen leaves that were swept up by a gale, drifting with the wind. Long Xuanchuang leaned against the other party's embrace. Her heart was incomparably calm, and she did not even close her eyes. It was as if she was not the least bit worried that she would fall into the whirlpool of death and not be able to get out. At this moment, the young man in front of her with deep eyes did not seem to be the little brother that she had grown up with. The other party's calmness touched her indescribably. Bang! Accompanied by a heavy muffled sound, Chu Hen's back once again violently collided with an ice wall. Following that, the two were bounced back again, and then heavily smashed onto the ground. The biting cold wind whistled above their heads. The two were like southern birds that had landed in the snow, their bodies covered with a thin layer of frost. Completely protected by Chu Hen's body, Long Xuanchuang was not the least bit injured. feeling the cold coming from all directions. She hurriedly got up and helped Chu Hen up. Chu Hen! Chu Hen! How are you? Long Xuan Xuan asked repeatedly. However, there was no reply from Chu Hen. The other party's body was wrapped in a layer of ice, and his arms and cheeks were also covered with frost. His aura was so weak that it seemed to have sunk into a state of deathly stillness. Long Xuan Xuan's heartstrings trembled, and her pretty face was filled with anxiety and panic. The steadiness that she had felt just now became nothingness in an instant. No, no, wake up quickly. Long Xuan Xuan's beautiful eyes were slightly red. She held Chu Hen's face in her hands, but there was a great sorrow in her eyes. At this moment, Chu Hen suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes, which were as bright as the stars, revealed a hint of a smile. I'm just kidding. Long Xuan Xuan was startled. She retracted her hands and widened her eyes. You? Haha, how can this bit of power of frost hurt me? Chu Hen straightforwardly laughed. Following that, a purple flame rose from within his body. In an instant, the frost that covered his body quickly melted and dispersed. Long Xuan Xuan was both angry and amused, but more than that, he was relieved. She turned around and quietly wiped away the sparkling tears at the corner of her eyes. Then he pretended as if nothing had happened and said, You bastard, how dare you make fun of me? Is it fun to see me worry? Chu Hen smiled. Yes, I won't dare again. With that, he gently breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes softened. Although Chu Hen looked quite relaxed, in fact, he was not pretending just now. After all, it was the ice chi of 10,000 years. Even if he had the bloodline limit of the saint body, he could not ignore it at will. For a short moment, Chu Hen did fall into a semi-conscious state. As he got up, he helped Long Xuan Xuan up. We have to get out of here, quickly. West Wind Senior and Noni are still outside. Long Xuan Xuan nodded, her expression slightly solemn. The two swept their eyes around, observing the surrounding environment. There were thick ice walls on both sides and behind them. The passage above where the two people were swept in had been blocked. There seemed to be only one path left in front of them. The deep and dark passage was quite wide. It gave people the feeling that it was the entrance to a mysterious canyon exuding an unknown aura. Bursts of cold air rushed over, giving people an uneasy palpitation. Let's go, Chu Hen said in a low voice. Long Xuan Xuan pursed her red lips and nodded solemnly. In the silent bottom of the domain of ice, other than the sound of their footsteps, there was only the cold whistling of the wind. Whoosh! Just at this moment, a piercingly cold whirlwind swept over from the front, and it was accompanied by the sharp sound of countless waves of air being cut apart. Chu Hen's pupils constricted. In the darkness in front of him, he saw a dense ring of wind blades interweaving with each other. It was like a crescent moon covering the sky and earth, rushing towards the two of them, Wang. In that instant, a fierce and domineering aura emanated from Chu Hen's body. He punched out, and the powerful fist energy was like an angry tiger. The ring of wind blades directly in front of him were directly smashed into pieces and pierced through the wind vortex. Immediately, Chu Hen grabbed Long Xuan Xuan's wrist, and the two of them quickly rushed forward through the gap in the wind blades. But in the next second, another strong gust of wind exploded. This time, the intensity of the gust was far greater than the previous one. The sharp and cold wind blades were comparable to flying daggers, tearing through the air and splitting the air. Each wind blade contained extremely shocking lethality. A trace of seriousness surged between Chu Hen's brows. True Yuan's violet palace opened, and a steady stream of true yuan flowed around his body. Waves of majestic energy gushed out and collided with the wind blades that were flying over wantonly, shattering them. Even though the frost blades flying towards him were comparable to 10,000 arrows, Chu Hen was still able to calmly deal with them. The two of them kept moving forward without stopping at all. Without stopping, they moved forward against the wind. The area in front of them that was shrouded in darkness gradually appeared in their field of vision. Wong wong. Suddenly, the surrounding ice walls actually lit up with bright blue light patterns. The light patterns crisscrossed, like a large net that was spread out. The large blue net extended from the area in front of them to the periphery. And in the darkness in front of them, a gentle and obscure light suddenly lit up. That is, Chu Hen's gaze congealed. Under the illumination of the blue light that was as dense as fog, a pair of huge cold eyes that flickered with a brilliant light faintly appeared in the darkness. It was like the eyes of a ghost hidden behind the curtain of the night. It looked down at the two of them in a condescending manner. It was mysterious and made people's hearts tremble. Chu Hen slowed down a little and let go of Long Xuanchuang's wrist. I need to go up and take a look. Are you okay here alone? Yes, Long Xuanchuang said solemnly. Good, when the wind blades come, try to walk along the ice walls. Okay, you be careful too. Chu Hen nodded. Then he leaped up, leaving a lightning-like shadow in the air, and flew straight ahead. The torrent of wind blades came pouring down. Chu Hen dodged agilely and blocked a portion of the wind blades that were flying towards Long Xuanchuang. And Long Xuanchuang did not have the slightest bit of carelessness. Her slender and fair fingers formed a seal, and along with a strong fluctuation of vital energy, the layer of ice under her feet cracked open, and a thick and solid ice wall rose in front of her. The ring-shaped wind blades slammed into the ice wall, carving out deep and neat nicks one after another. At the same time, Chu Hen quickly rushed to the front. In the darkness, intertwining blue light patterns gathered on the ground, forming a luxurious and gorgeous array. In the sky above the talisman array, a pair of cold eyes gradually appeared. The corner of Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly, and a huge ice crystal wolf that was hundreds of feet long appeared in his eyes. The ice crystal wolf was squatting in the center of the talisman array. It opened its bloody mouth, and its eyes flashed with a murderous aura. The powerful frost, wind blades, had actually come from its mouth. Chu Hen was stunned. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that behind the crystal ice wolf, there was a dark exit that led to the back. Chapter 1186. At the bottom of the North River, the Palace of Ice. In the darkness, a strange array that looked like a net flashed with a luxurious blue light. In the center of the array, a giant ice wolf stared at the front. The ice wolf was huge, with claws as sharp as knives. Its back was green, and its mouth was wide open. A pair of cold eyes flashed with a cold light. Chu Hen was both astonished and fearful. So those dangerous wind blades were released by it. It stood in front of Chu Hen, as if it was protecting the beast spirit at the bottom of the North River. However, this ice crystal green wolf did not have any signs of life. In other words, it was not a living creature. Looks like I can get out of here after I get rid of you. Chi! In an instant, a string of violent dark blue lightning dragged hundreds of meters in the air. Chu Hen, surrounded by the powerful aura of the Xianxia divine lightning, charged at the ice crystal green wolf at the fastest speed possible. It seemed to have sensed Chu Hen's arrival. A layer of thick ice chi appeared on the ice crystal green wolf's body. Whoosh! Immediately after, a cold white cyclone spewed out from its mouth. The cold air that froze the air passed through Chu Hen's flame robe and flowed into all the major meridians in his body. Under the cover of the extremely cold air, a dense ring of wind blades tore through the air. Compared to any of the previous attacks, the ring of wind blades this time was especially fierce. Every wind blade was more than 10 meters long. They were as sharp as the shuttle that chased after the moon and stars, showing the power of destruction. Even Chu Hen could sense the danger. Without any hesitation, the sacred demon pupil physique's bloodline limit activated rapidly. Together with the purple light that burst out, the 5 black dots in the depths of Chu Hen's eyes rotated. Shield of punishment. Buzz. Countless spiraling purple cyclones instantly intertwined, forming a shield of light that was dozens of meters wide in front of Chu Hen. Fierce, ring-shaped wind blades slashed on the light shield, causing layers of chaotic light patterns to splash out. However, more than 10 wind blades fell one after another, and the light shield was covered with densely packed fine cracks. However, Chu Hen didn't care at all. He pushed the shield of punishment and used it as a shield as he steadily moved forward against the torrent of hurricanes, going against the current. The distance between Chu Hen and the ice crystal green wolf continued to shrink. But at this moment, the ice crystal green wolf's cold eyes flashed with a cold light. Once again, a gust of frigid air that could freeze and crack the space gushed out from its open, bloody mouth. Behind the ring-shaped frost blades that filled the sky, nearly 100 frost arrows that exuded boundless killing intent flew out. Each arrow was 20 to 30 meters long and half a meter wide. Wherever it went, it dragged out a thick and solid white airwave in the air. The arrows rained down, filled with killing intent. Boom! With a loud bang, the first frost arrow that bore the brunt of the attack hit the surface of the shield of punishment. The ice crystals that filled the sky exploded. A terrifying impact surged forth. In an instant, the shield of punishment was like a frozen mirror, covered in countless cracks. What astonishing power! Chu Hen's expression changed slightly. Bang, 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 dozens of powerful ice arrows fell in a row, and each arrow contained the power of thunder that could pierce through mountains and rivers. Chu Hen's pupils shrank slightly, and then his figure moved. He immediately threw off the shield of punishment in front of him and flew up into the sky. Bang! With a heavy and violent explosion, the entire underground ice palace faintly trembled. A circle of chaotic purple light swept out, and the super defensive shield that Chu Hen had always been proud of was instantly shattered into thousands of pieces. Chu Hen shook his head inwardly. This was the first time that the shield of punishment had been shattered so thoroughly. The northern river really wasn't a good place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Powerful frost arrows pierced through the air, and in desperation, Chu Hen turned around and retreated as fast as he could. The fierce arrows spread out in pursuit, and under Chu Hen's continuous evasion, they continuously sank deep into the thick ice wall. Seeing that Chu Hen had returned, Long Xuanxuang's eyes lit up. "Are you hurt?" Chu Hen flashed down and returned to Long Xuanxuang's side. "No. What's the situation up ahead?" Chu Hen shook his head slightly, and then immediately told her about the ice crystal green wolf blocking the way, as well as its peculiarities. After listening, Long Xuanxuang's beautiful eyes rippled slightly, and she said softly, "So if we want to leave here, we have to pass through the front." "That's right, but its power is so terrifying. How can we break through? The problem in front of the two seemed to be a bit tricky." After a brief hesitation, Chu Hen said, "Strength is its advantage, but after all, it is a dead thing without intelligence. As long as it is a dead thing, it has a fatal weakness." A hint of wisdom flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. He looked at Long Xuanxuang and said, "I need you to help me." A moment later, Chu Hen finished explaining the matter. "Do you remember?" he asked. Long Xuanxuang's red lips opened slightly. "Yes." At the same time, the biting cold frost blade hurricane in front of them gradually weakened. Chu Hen's eyes flashed with determination. "Go! Swish, swish!" As soon as his voice fell, the two rushed out one after the other. Chu Hen took the lead and launched an attack at the fastest speed. Streaks of lightning flashed across the sky, and Chu Hen immediately arrived in front of the huge talisman array. Woo! There seemed to be a high-pitched wolf howl in the air. The ice crystal green wolf opened its huge mouth, and countless ring-shaped frost blades intertwined again. The purple light shone brightly, and the demonic flame was like a tide. The shield of punishment was once again bathed in flames, and it appeared in front of Chu Hen. Bang, bang, bang! The overwhelming frost blades continued to slash down, and each impact caused the shield of punishment to tremble violently. After a series of frost blades, the ice crystal green wolf's mouth once again overflowed with white 10,000-year profound energy. One after another, giant ice arrows with peerless power and murderous aura arrived as expected. This time, Chu Hen did not have any intention of retreating. He pushed the shield of punishment and took advantage of the momentum. Boom! When the first arrow solidly struck the shield of punishment, a violent force spread out, and the sky was filled with ice fragments that fluttered like the feathers of a swan. The violent shock wave poured into Chu Hen's body, and he suddenly felt a chill in his internal organs. However, at this moment, Long Xuanchuang, who was behind him, was already holding a crystal-clear, glowing holy bow, the mystic rain bow. The treasure passed down to Long Xuanchuang by the sect master of the mysterious ice sect. The bowstring was like a full moon, and an arrow of light surrounded by white light patterns was placed between Long Xuanchuang's fingers. It was as cold as a painting, and its temperament was like snow. Long Xuanchuang's phoenix eyes flashed with a decisive light. Whoosh! In a split second, an arrow of holy light that was less than 2 meters long tore through the air like a comet and flew forward. The dazzling holy arrow flew past Chu Hen's position in a graceful manner, flying past his side and sweeping towards the giant ice arrows in front of him. The light arrow passed through the gaps of the dense giant ice arrows, like a swordfish going against the current. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, a series of ice arrows hit the shield of punishment, and the shield was already riddled with holes and cracks. Bang! At the same time that the shield of punishment exploded, the holy arrow released by Long Xuanchuang immediately passed through the gaps of the many arrows and flew in front of the ice crystal green wolf. A bone-chilling cyclone spewed out of the green wolf's mouth. The speed of the holy arrow seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, and its speed was extremely slow. Crack! With a crisp sound, the circle of white light on the surface of the arrow of holy light quietly split open. In the next moment, under the cracked light, a sharp sword swaying with a dark green holy light suddenly appeared in the air. The blue ran sword. The arrow released by the Xuanyu Palace was wrapped in the blue ran sword. Flying fairy flash. With the blue ran sword as a guide, wherever the holy sword went, Chu Hen would go. Whoosh! A shadow flashed, and Chu Hen, who was still several miles away a second ago, instantly passed through all the ice arrows in front of him like a ghost. He appeared next to the blue ran sword, and at the same time arrived in front of the ice crystal green wolf. Woo! The low howl of the wolf overlapped, and a threatening cold light flashed in its eyes. In an instant, a stronger ice aura than before was sprayed from its mouth towards Chu Hen. However, at the same time, a black shadow took advantage of the momentum and rushed under the ice crystal green wolf's head like a black bolt of lightning. Boom! With an unprecedented violent explosion, that incomparably fierce black shadow directly penetrated the ice crystal green wolf's chin. Shattered ice shards flew all over the place. From bottom to top, it slanted across the sky. The extraordinary and overbearing blow was like a hot knife through butter. After the black shadow penetrated the green wolf's chin, it once again exploded its head. A piercingly cold aura swept in all directions. A giant hole more than 10 meters deep suddenly burst open on the ice crystal green wolf's head. Then, with a boom sound, the entire ice crystal green wolf exploded into a dazzling blue light, and at the same time the bright talisman array below rapidly dimmed. Chapter 1187. Boom! A powerful and shockingly terrifying aura surged in the surroundings. The black shadow formed by the bloodline boundary of the chaotic body was as powerful as lightning. It pierced through the head of the ice crystal green wolf with an unstoppable force. The piercingly cold air that pervaded the air quickly quieted down. All of the ice arrows and ring-shaped wind blades that were flying out collapsed on their own, exploding into fine powder and crystal fragments that filled the sky. Chu Hen stood in the air with a majestic aura. He looked back at Long Xuanxuang, who was wielding the mystic rainbow, and could not help but smile. Not bad. You grasped the timing perfectly. Hearing Chu Hen's praise, the corner of Long Xuanxuang's mouth curled up slightly. Her long and narrow eyes were filled with a smile. Thud! At this moment, the sound of a light object falling to the ground rang out. Chu Hen looked to the side and saw a white, jade-like object fall where the ice crystal green wolf had disappeared. Huh. A trace of surprise flashed in Chu Hen's eyes. He landed and released a suction force from his palm, sucking the unknown object into his palm. It was something similar to a royal seal. It had a square base, and there was a wolf-shaped ice sculpture on it. It had a green back and a crouching posture. The wolf's mouth was open, and its eyes were shining with a cold light. It looked exactly the same as the ice crystal green wolf that had blocked their way earlier. Could it be? Chu Hen clenched his fist, and a sliver of true yuan surged out of his body. The slivers of true yuan fused into the royal seal, and a strange and powerful energy rippled out. An illusory wolf immediately appeared above the royal seal. As expected, his thoughts were confirmed. He loosened his grip on the royal seal and withdrew his true yuan. The floating wolf disappeared. What is this? Long Xuanxuang asked curiously as she arrived beside Chu Hen. The thing that blocked our way earlier, Chu Hen replied. Oh, what is it? A divine artifact. Is that so? Long Xuanxuang's eyes lit up. I thought it was those frost monsters we encountered outside. Chu Hen nodded in affirmation. He smiled and said, I also thought it was a product of the Snow Soul essence, but now it seems that the formation here is controlling the artifact's activation. As soon as someone approaches this place, it will automatically attack. With that said, Chu Hen extended his hand and handed the green wolf royal seal to Long Xuanxuang. The latter was stunned, and he looked at the other party in puzzlement. Chu Hen raised his eyebrows, nodded slightly, and said, This is for you, a divine artifact. You should keep it for yourself. It's a waste in my hands. So what if it's a divine artifact? This is an ice-type divine artifact. In comparison, you will be able to unleash its power. Following that, Chu Hen picked up Long Xuanxuang's lily-white hand and placed the royal seal in her palm. This can be considered an unexpected gain. Even if we don't find the ice divine stone, it's not a loss at all. Long Xuanxuang smiled. She knew Chu Hen's character. No matter what, he would give the royal seal to her. She did not refuse, and kept the royal seal into her storage bracelet. It's about time, let's go, Chu Hen said in a low voice. They had already wasted a lot of time here. They did not know how Shifengzi was doing. Long Xuanxuang nodded, and the two entered the tunnel behind them. The gloomy underground ice palace was filled with a chill. In a corner of an ice wall, a figure with a heavy aura was sitting cross-legged against the ice wall. Beside him was a ferocious-looking demonic beast. The demonic beast's body was also covered in wounds. Its abdomen contracted and expanded, and it let out a deep roar. In the darkness, in a corner, a man and a beast seemed to be staring at each other. At this moment, a low sound of footsteps approached from afar. In a split second, the demonic beast suddenly propped itself on the ground with its 4 claws. The fur on its body stood up, and it bared its sharp fangs that flickered with a dark light. Under its gaze, 2 young figures, one male and one female, gradually walked out from the dim light ahead. When it saw their figures and faces clearly, the demonic beast immediately relaxed, and its ferocious eyes immediately eased up. It's Noni and Senior West Wind. Long Xuanxuang exclaimed. Chu Hen's expression changed, and he immediately rushed over. Senior West Wind, how are you? Chu Hen hurriedly helped Shifengzi up and saw that there was a pool of blood on his chest, and his face was rather pale. I'm fine. Shifengzi waved his hand, pointed to Noni not far away, and said, "But this kitten was seriously injured in order to save me." Chu Hen frowned, turned to look at Noni. At this moment, the other party had transformed into its original battle form. Its body was as strong as a tiger, and its black and white fur was like a Tai Chi Yin and Yang pattern. Noni's body was covered with neat and narrow sword scars, especially the left abdomen, more than half a meter deep, and the internal organs could be faintly seen. If it wasn't for the cold air here that froze its wound, and the healing medicine that Shifeng Zi gave it, it most likely would have died from excessive blood loss. Was it done by that group of people? Chu Hen's eyes flashed with a cold sharpness. Woo! The yin-yang beast made a low, muffled sound, and then a layer of soft light patterns floated on its body, and then its body rapidly shrank, and in the blink of an eye, it returned to its usual petite form. Shifeng Zi continued to speak. That girl is the North River, the survivor of the Lost Clan, the last person to guard the ice domain. The North River Lost Clan? Chu Hen's eyes darkened. Where are they now? Shifeng Zi raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Chu Hen took a deep breath, but the look in his eyes became more and more fierce. He said to Long Xuanchuang, "You take care of Senior West Wind and Noni. I'll go and have a look." With that, without waiting for Long Xuanchuang to reply, his figure flashed, leaving an afterimage in the air, and disappeared into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Under the thousands of years of ice and snow in the North River, buried the former imperial palace of ice. It was an incomparably luxurious, large palace, like the world's treasures. Sparkling and translucent icicles propped up the long corridor, and a flight of stairs that were as smooth as jade covered the ground. The long years did not damage it in the slightest. It was magnificent, like an ancient temple hidden under thousands of years of snow and frost. However, the door of the ice palace was tightly shut. It was so tight that there was no gap. At this moment, in front of the door of the ice palace, more than 20 fierce figures threw a thin little girl on the steps of the door. "Little girl, tell elder sister, how can this ice palace be opened?" Flower Snake of Huanyu Palace revealed a seductive smile. "If you don't tell me, elder sister will really get angry." With that, Flower Snake gently raised her left hand, and the venomous snake pattern on the back of her hand came to life, and then turned into a colorful venomous snake. The snake opened its mouth, and its sharp fangs flashed with an emerald luster. "If you get bitten by it, your whole body will fester." Using the softest tone, she said the most vicious words. The little girl was so scared that her face turned pale. Even though her eyes were filled with fear, she still bit her lips. I don't know." Flower Snake's eyes gradually turned cold, and her tone also became cold. "You will make me very impatient. I'll give you one last chance, or else. Hiss!" Flower Snake spat out a dazzling red tongue. The little girl was so scared that she kept retreating, and tears welled up in her eyes. She shook her head. "Grandfather only left me that necklace, and it has already been destroyed by him." Necklace? Everyone looked at Luo Lu from the Imperial Sword Sect. The destroyed necklace was the key to open the door of the Ice Palace? The latter laughed coldly. "Is that so? If that's the case, then you should be of no use at all." Just as he finished speaking, Luo Lu's eyes flashed with a cold light. Chapter 1188. "If that's the case, then you should be of no use at all." As his voice fell, Luo Lu's eyes revealed a cold gleam. With a wave of his fingers, a sharp sword ray instantly flew out from his fingertips and went straight for the weak and helpless little girl's throat. No one could stop the sword ray from cutting her throat. The little girl's pupils rapidly shrank to the size of a needle tip. She was helpless and weak. Crack! Just at this critical moment, a fierce wind and thunder force appeared in the air. A biting cold aura attacked, and a figure as fast as lightning instantly carried the little girl away from where she was standing. Hiss! Although Chu Hen's speed was fast enough, the beam of sword ray still cut through the surface of the little girl's flesh. A stream of bright red blood splashed out like red raindrops on the ice palace door behind the stairs. Swoosh! Chu Hen covered the little girl's neck with one hand, and his eyes were as cold as a sword. Humph! You can't even let go of a defenseless child. You guys have been living like dogs. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They stared at the strange man, who suddenly appeared in surprise. Luo Lu's face was gloomy. Trash, you're not dead yet. Although this was the first time they confronted each other head-on, there had been some skirmishes before. They thought that they had already gotten rid of Chu Hen, but they didn't expect him to appear here unscathed. Buzz, buzz! However, at this moment, a strange energy fluctuation suddenly spread from the ice palace's door. Everyone in the room was startled. Their eyes swept to the same place at the same time. They saw that the blood on the little girl's neck that splashed on the door was emitting a soft glow. What's going on? This is... Everyone looked at each other. Just now Luo Lu and Flower Snake used all their methods, but couldn't shake the ice palace door at all. Her blood can open the ice palace, a disciple from the Imperial Sword sect blurted out. Buzz, buzz! Like an ancient restriction that was activated in an instant, the ice palace door that had been sealed for a long time could only be opened by the people from the Northern River Lost clan. A dazzling array pattern quickly appeared on the door. They crisscrossed and circled around each other. In an instant, a circular light glyph formation flickered on the gate of the ice palace. Ring-shaped cyclones slowly rotated in a clockwise direction. The circular glyph array was overflowing with colorful lights, and one luxurious light pattern after another rotated along with it. Zung zung! Like the rubbing of stone walls, the majestic doors of the ice palace were like two heavenly opening passages that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years. The majestic door slowly opened inward. At the same time, a wave of desolate aura that had been sealed for a long time whizzed out from within. Hua! The bone-chilling cold air mixed with the dazzling soft light blew over, and everyone's eyes revealed an unconcealable excitement. Flower Snake of the Huanyu Palace did not say anything. His figure flashed, and he dashed into the ice hall at the fastest speed possible. Humph! Luo Lu of the Imperial Sword Sect immediately left Chu Hen behind and led Qing Xiong and the others into the hall. At the same time, Long Xuanchuang carried the injured Yinyang Beast Noni and supported Shifeng Zi as they rushed over. Looking at the majestic ice hall in front of them, the two of them had expressions of surprise on their faces. Even though it had been buried under the ice for thousands of years, this ice hall still stood tall. Chu Hen, how are you? Long Xuanchuang immediately asked. Chu Hen looked at the little girl who was leaning on him. Her eyes were closed, and her face was as pale as a sheet of paper. She seemed to have fallen into a state of unconsciousness. Look after her! Chu Hen helped the little girl to the side of Long Xuanchuang and said. Long Xuanchuang nodded, took out a healing elixir, and placed it in the little girl's mouth. Following that, Chu Hen took 2 steps into the ice hall's door. In an instant, what appeared in front of Chu Hen's eyes was a magnificent and majestic scene. The interior of the hall was extremely spacious. Giant ice pillars that were thousands of meters tall were arranged neatly, supporting the top of the hall. The surrounding walls were engraved with many exquisite and complicated patterns. Within the hall, there were many dazzling spiritual items and treasures. It's the snow spirit pearl, haha. There's also the frost spear. Oh my god, that's a divine weapon. As expected of the Ice Emperor's residence, every item here is a priceless treasure. The people from the Imperial Sword Gate and Huanyu Palace were like bandits as they quickly looted the treasures in the hall. In the center of the hall, there was a square pool. In the middle of the pool, there was a bridge. The bridge was very majestic and spanned 100 meters. On both sides of the bridge, there were rows of ice railings. Swirls of crystal-colored, spiritual liquid flowed in the pool. Shocking energy undulations and bone-chilling coldness permeated the air. "This is the snow spirit essence," someone exclaimed. "It can't be wrong. It's definitely the snow spirit essence." Everyone's eyes were filled with greed. The snow spirit essence was the essence of 10,000 years of frost energy. It had a wide range of uses and miraculous effects. The snow monsters that had intercepted them earlier were also products of these snow spirit essences. The crowd took out various containers to store the snow spirit essence in the pool. Passing through the square spiritual pool, there was an ice-sealed throne that looked like an emperor's throne room at the back of the hall. Luxurious crystal-like stairs extended all the way to the front of the throne. The ice-sealed throne had an imposing aura. A formless emperor's aura was emitted from the throne, causing people to tremble and feel a sense of submission. In the void above the unparalleled icebound throne, there was an object floating in the air. Looking from afar, the object looked like a jade stone. It was only half an arm's length and had an oval shape. Its entire body was glowing with an icy blue light, and its surface was covered with ancient and mysterious runes. Every talisman engraved on it had a kind of ancient, vigorous feeling. It was clear, beautiful, and dazzling. It was like a meteorite that fell from the North Star cloud in the vast universe. It quietly floated in the air above the ice-sealed throne, unaffected by gravity. Wisps of white ice, xian qi, lingered around it like tiny horned dragons. When they saw the blue jade stone, everyone from the Imperial Sword Gate and Huanyu Palace could not help but reveal a look of excitement. Everyone's eyes were burning with passion. "That is ice god stone." As soon as they finished speaking, Flower Snake and Luo Lu did not hesitate. Like two arrows that had left the bow, they headed straight for the ice-sealed throne at the back of the hall. "Give it to me, and everything else will belong to you," Flower Snake said coldly. "Humph." Luo Lu laughed coldly. "That's a good idea. Unfortunately, it's too naive. So far, the total number of fresh flowers is 50. Subtracting the original 7, it means that the brothers have sent 43 fresh flowers today. According to the agreement, if there are more than 35 fresh flowers, for chapters will be updated. Today's task is completed, although this result is far from enough to enter the fresh flowers list. I still have to thank the brothers for their support, flowers, and gifts. Tomorrow, I will try to update 3 to 4 chapters to thank everyone for their support. Chapter 1189. The Palace of the Ice Emperor, which had been buried under the ice and snow of the northern river for thousands of years, was once again opened. It was like an ancient god that had been picked up by time in the huge palace. It was magnificent, luxurious, and dazzling. In the sky above the frozen throne, an ice-blue jade stone that seemed to have come from the boundless universe was placed there. "It's the Ice Divine Stone." Everyone's attention was instantly attracted. The Ice Divine Stone was an item refined by the Ice Emperor. It was a supreme divine item condensed by a supreme almighty from the northern river's endless winter energy. It was rumored that its power was so strong that it could instantly freeze 1,000 miles, causing snow to fall for 10,000 miles, and everything on Earth would be sealed in the winter snow region. "It's mine, no one can snatch it from me." "Humph. That will depend on your ability." Huanyu Palace's Flower Snake and the Imperial Sword Sex Luo Lu did not say anything, and immediately started a fierce battle for the Ice Divine Stone. As they charged towards the ice-sealing throne at the back of the main hall, powerful, quintessential essence auras were released from their bodies. Flower Snake raised one hand, and his seemingly boneless arm actually stretched towards Luo Lu in an extremely twisted posture. As he moved, Flower Snake's arm directly transformed into a dozen bright and strong snakes. The snakes opened their mouths, and their fangs were coated with poison as they pounced towards Luo Lu. A hint of disdain appeared in Luo Lu's eyes. He clenched his 5 fingers, and a piercingly cold longsword fell into his hand. A cold light arrived first, and then the sword shot out like a dragon. An incomparably sharp sword beam shot out diagonally. Hiss, hiss, hiss! The dozen or so large snakes' heads were instantly chopped off by the powerful sword beam. revealing its sharpness like an aurora. Flower Snake's expression slightly changed. He flipped his hand, and his other arm became incomparably sharp. Then it actually turned into a poisonous scorpion stinger. The stinger flickered with a dim light and extended infinitely, tearing through the air and piercing towards Luo Lu. The latter's pupils slightly constricted. He held his long sword horizontally and used the body of the sword to block in front of him. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, and sparks flew everywhere. True essence surged, and the sharp, poisonous scorpion stinger firmly struck the middle of the long sword in Luo Lu's hand. A ring of dark green venom spread on the sword, directly corroding the true inner force lingering on the sword. The corner of Luo Lu's eyes narrowed. The poison released by this woman was so overbearing that it could even corrode true inner force. The flower snake raised her eyebrows and revealed a coquettish smile. "Don't fight with me." "Huh." Luo Lu replied with disdain. "A mere woman. Other than using poison, what else can she do?" Flower Snake giggled. "Let's give it a try then. Come." Luo Lu stood up with his sword in hand. The flowery snake scorpion needle was coated with poison. The two forces collided with each other in the main hall, causing violent shock waves to hit every corner of the ice palace. Deep and neat sword marks appeared on the walls and the icicles. The colorful snake's venomous stinger had a terrifying, penetrative power. The 10-meter wide icicle was easily pierced through like tofu. The dissolved venom was extremely corrosive and emitted a dangerous aura that could kill a person upon contact. Bang! The two people's palms solidly collided with each other. The fierce palm potential and the soft hidden strength were like the impact of a mountain and a flood. A thick, true essence, light, spread out from the palms of the two people. Both of them were sent flying backwards, their bodies spinning in the air. Then, one on the right, one on the left, one on the right, they rushed towards the ice god stone above the frozen throne. They arrived in front of the ice divine stone almost at the same time. Luo Lu stretched out his palm and used his true inner force to form a huge golden hand. Flower Snake's arm once again turned into a huge, sturdy snake. The golden hand and dozens of snakes grabbed at the ice divine stone at the fastest speed. However, at the instant that the two of them came into contact with the divine ice stone, a strand of white profound energy that went straight to the bone was suddenly released, and the divine ice stone erupted with a dazzling icy blue light. After that, circles of spiraling frost blade cyclones swept out in all directions. Bang! For example, a whirlpool storm that erupted in an instant. A violent force that was comparable to a torrent burst out from within. The moment the golden hand and dozens of snakes touched the ice divine stone, they were all crushed by the sharp, spiraling frost blades. Both of their expressions changed, and then they were directly thrown back by the violent force. Buzz, buzz! At the same time, the entire ice palace began to shake uneasily. It was as if an ancient seal that had been sealed for tens of thousands of years had been activated. Lines of eye-catching light patterns appeared on the walls of the main hall. Every light pattern swayed with a crystal-clear flowing light. The strange light patterns intertwined with each other. Like a huge net that covered the walls, the huge net spread to every corner of the ice palace at a speed visible to the naked eye, and from all directions it circled towards the entrance of the ice palace. It was as if the huge net was about to seal the door. This is... Everyone's heart suddenly surged with a bad premonition. Meanwhile, Flower Snake and Luo Lu looked at each other, and their eyes once again looked at the ice divine stone floating above the frozen throne. Luo Lu's eyes turned cold, and a cold light flashed in them. He suddenly backhanded his sword, and the dense sword shadows shrouded Flower Snake like thousands of arrows. Flower Snake's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly responded. However, in this short moment, Luo Lu immediately seized the initiative. His arrogant sword momentum once again flew towards the ice divine stone, abnormally dense true inner force gathered on his palms and arms. looking at the ice divine stone in front of him. His eyes were filled with an intense desire. But a second before Luolu was about to get the ice divine stone, Quang Dang! A thunderous sound stacked up, and a sudden attack of a lightning pillar whizzed towards him, containing a terrifying power. The lightning pillar directly crossed between Luolu and the ice divine stone. Lightning arcs bloomed, and electricity crisscrossed. Bang! The violent power poured down, and Luolu was immediately shaken back. Whoosh! Rapid air waves surged, and a surging power spread out. In front of Luolu, below the ice divine stone, there was suddenly another young figure with a proud aura. The hearts of everyone present were startled. Even Flower Snake's eyes were filled with a trace of surprise. Looking at the figure standing in the air, Luolu's face immediately darkened. "It's you again! You're simply courting death," he shouted fiercely. At the same time, Shifengzi, Longshuanshuang, and Noni entered the palace with the little girl. When he saw the crystal blue light patterns all over the palace walls, Shifengzi frowned and then shouted to Chu Hen, "There's not much time left. The ice hall is about to be closed." Closed? Everyone's expression changed. Luolu's eyes surged with killing intent, and Chu Hen's face was also as cold as frost, and his deep eyes were filled with traces of coldness. "Who will die? It's not certain. Ha 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 ha." Luolu was so angry that he laughed, and then a shocking sword momentum erupted from his body. His face was cold, and as fierce as ice. "Nobody, I'll cut you into 1,000 pieces right now. Cut into 1,000 pieces!" Shing! Waves of sharp sword cries resounded, and endless dazzling golden sword rays rapidly intertwined and converged on Luolu's long sword. The thick sword shadows intersected with each other and rapidly fused. In an instant, an illusory, golden-scaled divine dragon suddenly rose behind Luo. "Lu, go to hell!" Trash. Roar. The sword was like a shocking dragon, shaking the heavens and earth. The entire ice hall was enveloped by Luolu's aura. Shifengzi and Longshuanshuang had solemn expressions, and there was a trace of worry in their eyes. Luolu brandished his sword, and the golden-scaled dragon behind him flowed along with the sword light, attacking Chu Hen with its claws and fangs bared. Facing the opponent's sword that contained the power to destroy the heavens, a ball of black flame surged in Chu Hen's eyes, and then a strange black light rose from his body. It was accompanied by a series of dark, golden ancient runes and secret scrolls. The dense black light fused with the dark golden runes and surged toward Chu Hen's right arm. The surrounding space faintly trembled, and a desolate and ancient aura of the great Tao erupted from Chu Hen's body. In an instant, Chu Hen's right hand powerfully punched out, directly meeting the golden-scaled dragon image that was whistling towards him. Boom! An incomparably heavy explosion immediately surged between heaven and earth, and the violent black flame mixed with countless dense sword chi wantonly flew in all directions. Beams of sword light flew out and struck the walls and stone pillars of the ice hall, leaving behind countless deep marks. The entire ice hall shook violently, but to everyone's disbelief, Chu Hen actually blocked Luolu's startling dragon sword with his bare hands. Bang! Another violent explosion rang out, causing Luolu's expression to abruptly change. In an instant, a black pillar of spring directly pierced through the golden-scaled dragon's silhouette and heavily smashed downwards. Bang! A circle of condensed black light spread out in front of Luolu. His arm trembled violently, and the sword in his hand almost flew out. Bastard! Luolu's eyes widened in anger, and an even more surging, murderous aura filled the air. "I'm going to kill you." Humph! The corner of Chu Hen's mouth raised in a mocking smile. "I'm afraid you won't have this chance." What? Everyone's heartstrings trembled. Hua! Along with the sound of his voice, an obscure and astonishing power filled the air. Chu Hen's palms faced each other, and strands of blue light quickly overflowed from his fingertips and gathered in his palms. In the blink of an eye, a rhombus-shaped energy body about 20 to 30 centimeters wide floated in the center of Chu Hen's palms. The rhombus-shaped crystal was very bright and beautiful, flashing with gorgeous light. A huge amount of power was completely compressed within it. Its resplendent light illuminated the entire ice hall. Magnificent star jade? Long Xuan's beautiful eyes widened, and her face was filled with astonishment. Huanyu Palace's flower snake's gaze also darkened, and he blurted out, "This is the Northern Star Art. You're from the martial sect." Chu Hen's eyes were like stars, and his palm moved. "Star chess seal." Hiss! Accompanied by the sharp sound of the air being torn apart, a rapid wave of air dragged through the air. The magnificent star jade in Chu Hen's hand was like an arrow that had left the bow. It was like a shooting star, and it shot toward Luo Lu in the sky in front of it. The latter's pupils rapidly shrank to the size of a needle. An unprecedented panic appeared in his eyes. Bang! A dull explosion reverberated in the air, and a circle of blood mist danced in the air. A beam of blue meteor light tore through the air and directly struck Luo Lu's body, instantly piercing through his chest. Luo Lu's eyes were wide open, and his face was deathly pale. He lowered his head, and his eyes were filled with dense disbelief. Chapter 1190. Magnificent Star Jade! It's Beichenju. You're from the martial sect. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the sharp blue aurora stunned everyone's soul. Star Battle Seal. Like a 1,000-year-old jade shuttle chasing after the moon, it pierced through Luo Lu's chest with an unstoppable force. Blood rained down from the sky, and a fist-sized hole appeared in Luo Lu's chest. At this moment, the entire ice hall fell into an unprecedented silence. Their faces were filled with unprecedented shock and astonishment. Blood splattered, and his internal organs were smashed. Luo Lu's eyes were filled with unwillingness and hatred, and his face was distorted. I'll kill you. Have a safe trip. I won't send you off." Chu Hen's eyes were cold, and he stretched out his palm. Chi. Dozens of intertwining dark blue lightning bolts pierced through the sky like dragons. An endless destructive aura surged over, and Luo Lu's eyes reflected the sharp lightning. No! Bang! Accompanied by a rapid and violent explosion, the thunderbolt force blasted down. Under everyone's horrified gazes, Luo Lu's body exploded into a bloody mist. Imperial Sword Sect Luo Lu. In an instant, he died in the ice hall. This was a turn of events that no one had expected. There was no room for mercy. Chu Hen's methods were cold and merciless, starting from the blue hole at the bottom of the Northern River and almost killing Shifeng Zi and Noni. Luo Lu's fate was already determined. At the same time, the bright light patterns that covered the walls of the ice hall had already spread to the entrance of the hall. The wall at the entrance of the hall actually showed a strange distortion. It was like a melting wax wall. The area of the door was rapidly shrinking. It was obvious that this restriction would completely freeze the entire palace. Even the blood of the Northern River Lost clan could not open it again. "There's no time," Shifeng Zi reminded. The Imperial Sword Sect disciples were already preparing to leave. Once Luo Lu died, the remaining Qingxiong and the others did not even have the guts to attack Chu Hen. Everyone from Huanyu Hall looked at Flower Snake. The latter's gaze was still filled with unwillingness as he stared at the divine ice stone behind Chu Hen. Flower Snake suddenly changed into a coquettish smile and said, "I say, little brother of the martial sect, how about giving me the ice god stone? No matter what request you have, I will be able to satisfy it." As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and a chill erupted from his body. With a flip of his hand, he took out the blue sky sword. Swish! The blue Ran sword flashed out of his palm like a streak of flowing light, attacking behind Chu Hen. Hiss! First, there was a trembling sound in the air. Then, the blue sky sword was firmly nailed to a huge ice pillar. At the same time, there was also a finger-sized, poisonous snake nailed to the icicle. The venomous snake's body was pierced by the blue sky sword. It twisted its body and struggled, but it was unable to move. Flower Snake's expression changed. He did not expect Chu Hen to be so vigilant. Without any hesitation, Flower Snake leaped and dashed towards the square spirit pool in the center of the hall. Since I can't get the ice divine stone, no one else can. As soon as he finished speaking, Flower Snake raised a shockingly surging palm energy towards the square spirit pool. Bang! The huge square spirit pool exploded immediately. The snow soul essence that had gathered in the pool was like a surging wave that soared into the sky. In an instant, an extremely cold cyclone of cold air rose up and spread out around the hall. Wherever the terrifying snow soul essence's cold air reached, layers of thick ice immediately formed. The faces of the Imperial Sword Sect and Huan Yu Hall's disciples in front were filled with horror. Before they could react, they were frozen into ice sculptures by the terrifying energy contained in the snow soul essence. The howling frost spread all the way and surged toward Shifeng Zi and Long Xuanchuang. A cold light flashed across Shifeng Zi's old eyes. An extremely dense Reiki energy erupted from his Naiwen palace. The Reiki energy that blended with each other gathered in front of him and transformed into a dazzling and luxurious tree shadow. Hiss! The bone-piercing cold surged and hit the tree shadow, solidifying into ice. The snow soul essence spread wantonly and accelerated the speed at which the ice hall's door closed. As the dense cold energy spread, the net-like light patterns on the wall shone brightly. The ice hall's door melted rapidly, and the exit instantly shrunk to less than half a meter wide. Shifeng Zi turned pale with fright. Oh no! Flower Snake revealed a complacent smile. He turned around and glanced at Chu Hen. Stay here forever. As soon as he finished speaking, Flower Snake quickly dashed to the melting entrance of the hall. After that, a dazzling light surged out from his body, and then his body actually became slender and long, directly transforming into a multicolored, slender snake. He twisted his body and quickly swam out of the narrow exit. Chi! Crack! The moment Flower Snake stepped out, in the next second, the entire palace's door fused together and the only exit was completely sealed. A thick layer of ice directly sealed the entire hall. Streaks of dazzling blue patterns extended upwards and enveloped every area of the palace. The cold energy that permeated the palace gradually calmed down. However, Shifeng Zi's face was filled with seriousness. He looked at Chu Hen and then at Long Xuanchuang. He clenched his teeth and shook his head with a sigh. That Flower Snake was unexpectedly vicious. In order to trap them, he actually killed his own companions. All the disciples of the Imperial Sword Gate and Huanyu Palace were turned into ice sculptures. The fear they felt before they died could be clearly seen. They probably would not have thought that they would die in such a manner. Looking at the unbridled cold energy that permeated the air and the ice hall that was covered with restrictive light patterns, Chu Hen's eyes surged with traces of deep coldness. He looked at Shifeng Zi and Long Xuanchuang and did not say anything. He turned to face the ice divine stone that was floating above the ice throne. Chu Hen stepped on the air and walked towards the ice divine stone. With every step he took, the temperature in the air became colder. When he was in front of it, Chu Hen slowly stretched out his right hand towards the ice divine stone. Buzz! A strong repulsive force was released from the ice divine stone. The spiraling cold energy was like a whirlpool formed by a frost blade, emitting an extremely strong grinding force. Facing the terrifying energy ripples transmitted from above, Chu Hen's thoughts moved and a domineering black light was released, covering his entire arm. These 2 days, the flowers and gifts from my brothers have been very helpful. This feeling is like returning to the time when martial king deity was first written. Every month, we would fight for the rankings. It was very hot-blooded and passionate. However, what I want to say is, my brothers, please do not randomly subscribe to some books that you don't read just to gather flowers for me. That is too much of a waste of money. If you have flowers, then donate. If you don't, then forget it. Don't waste money to buy books that you don't read. Also, when you give gifts, you must say that children should never give gifts. Students who do not have their own independent source of income are all children. It is not easy for parents to earn money. Everyone should cherish it. If you guys give me gifts, I am ashamed to accept it. You guys subscribing to the original chapters is already the greatest support. Of course, tycoons, feel free to do as you please. That was all I had to say. Chapter 1191. When Chu Hen came into contact with the ice divine stone, a powerful ripple of energy was released. A spiral of ice swirled out like a whirlpool of frost. Radiating with an extremely powerful, grinding force, Chu Hen's eyes darkened slightly. Shortly afterwards, a domineering ball of black light was released from his body. The strange, dense black light was like the flames of hell, enveloping Chu Hen's arms. His arms seemed like the hands of a demonic god. Bang! A series of muffled explosions erupted in the air. The domineering profound ice chi and the strange black light collided violently. Both of Chu Hen's arms directly pierced through the layer of extremely cold ice vortex, firmly grasping the ice divine stone in his hands. Whoosh! Waves of frost seeped out, and a thin layer of ice immediately condensed on Chu Hen's hands. Behind him, Shifeng Zi and Long Xuanxuang both furrowed their eyebrows in shock. It really is the ice divine stone after all. Its power is so terrifying. Chu Hen murmured softly. Soon after, Chu Hen's pupils congealed and a ball of purple flames spread out. Kacha! The ice crystals that covered his arm immediately burst and shattered into pieces. The power of the sacred demonic pupil body and the chaotic body intertwined at the same time, immediately suppressing the icy whirlpool from the ice divine stone. Chu Hen exhaled gently. With a thought, his violet palace of true energy opened, and a whirlpool of true energy quickly spun before him. Along with the powerful ripples of energy, the ice divine stone immediately turned into an illusory light after being enveloped by the black light and purple flames, fusing into Chu Hen's body. Afterwards, Chu Hen flew down and flew towards where Shifeng Zi and Long Xuanxuang were. Meow. Seeing that Chu Hen had returned, Inyan Beast Noni softly called out. Chu Hen first glanced at the little girl in Long Xuanxuang's arms. He was still in a deep slumber. It was obvious that what had happened had given her quite a fright. Even her blood can't open the seal? Chu Hen asked. Shifeng Zi shook his head. No, this is a newly activated restriction. I think it's to prevent the ice god stone from being taken away. So it shouldn't be of any use. Chu Hen nodded. Then he said, Step back a bit. The two of them understood and retreated to the side with Noni and the little girl. Buzz! The space trembled slightly, and a thick airflow surged recklessly. Dense black light and dark golden ancient runes overflowed together and wrapped around Chu Hen's arm. A strange aura of desolation spread out. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and he punched out in an instant a majestic aura that was as ferocious as a torrent erupted. A peerlessly powerful black beam of light struck the location where the ice palace's door had originally been. Bang! A heavy explosion sounded, and tens of thousands of thunderbolts surged out. The entire hall shook violently, and the beautiful light patterns on the surrounding walls glowed with a dazzling light. Then, with a boom sound of violent recoil, force turned around. Chu Hen's expression changed slightly, and he immediately dodged to the side. The violent reverberation force wantonly poured down, directly shattering the disciples of the Huanyu Hall and the Imperial Sword Sect, who had been frozen into ice sculptures behind them. Shifeng and Long Xuanchuang were secretly shocked, and their expressions became more and more serious. The former shook his head. "It's useless. This restriction is too strong. It's very difficult to forcefully break it." "Not necessarily," Chu Hen denied. No matter how strong a restriction was, it would definitely have its weakest point. As long as he continued to attack, he would be able to break the restriction. After saying that, the demon eye sacred body's bloodline boundary in Chu Hen's body quietly activated, and his eyes were suffused with traces of demonic purple light. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed through Chu Hen's mind. It was like a shooting star that streaked across the night sky. Following that, the purple light in his eyes gradually faded, and the aura he released also retracted. "I have an idea." Chu Hen turned around and looked at the two of them. "What?" Long Xuanchuang asked in confusion. Shifeng narrowed his old eyes and received the deep meaning in Chu Hen's eyes. He could not help but reply in a deep voice. "You mean?" Chu Hen nodded. "From the looks of it, there's no place more suitable than here." After a short exchange of glances, Shifeng also nodded in agreement. "Sure." Chu Hen looked at Long Xuanchuang, and his throat moved slightly as he said, word by word, "I want to raise your bloodline boundary here." "Wow." Long Xuanchuang's heartstrings faintly trembled. She looked at Chu Hen's calm eyes, and her jade-like hands could not help but lightly clench into fists. This was also the reason why they came to the North River. After a series of preparations, they even obtained the Ice God Stone, the most difficult condition to complete. In this way, everything was ready. "Think about it," Chu Hen said in a deep voice. Long Xuanchuang replied without hesitation, "No need to think about it, I'll listen to you." Without any hesitation, unconditional trust. This was Long Xuanchuang, because he was Chu Hen. The two of them looked at each other, and Chu Hen smiled warmly. Then he said to Shifeng "Senior, in your current state, can you set up the derivation profound formation?" "Hee, Chu Hen boy, you really look down on this old man." "That's good. I'll leave the talisman formation to you." As he spoke, Chu Hen took out an exquisite, small bottle and handed it to the other party. "Inside is Chu Long's bone marrow, the essence extracted from the blood refinement ghost flower, and the 5-leaf rain dewgrass." Shifeng nodded and received the bottle. Then Chu Hen took out a small wooden box and handed it to Long Xuanchuang. "Body strengthening pill." Long Xuanchuang took the box and received it. At the same time, Chu Hen carried the injured Yin-Yang beast Noni with one hand and the little girl with the other, and retreated to the corner of the hall. Shifeng and Long Xuanchuang looked at each other. The latter said, "Senior, I'll leave it to you." Shifeng nodded and walked to the empty space in the middle of the ice hall. One had to say the area of the ice hall was really big. Because of this, Shifeng had ample space to display his skills. He let out a deep breath, and his pair of old eyes suddenly became sharp and sharp. A grandmaster's heroic and majestic aura swept out. Shifeng put his palms together, and his 10 fingers formed a series of seals. In an instant, dazzling talisman characters were born on his fingertips. The dense talisman characters quickly assembled and began to turn into dazzling array patterns that spread in all directions. Chapter 1192. The land of the North River was frozen for thousands of miles. In the ice palace, which had been buried under endless ice and snow for thousands of years, wisps of dense ice mystic mist floated in the air. In the middle of the spacious hall, a dazzling array with luxurious light patterns was gradually taking shape under Shifeng Z's control. The dazzling array patterns intertwined with each other and gathered into a mysterious and complicated pattern with a myriad of brilliance. Derivation Mystic Array. The diameter of the entire array was more than 100 feet wide, almost occupying a quarter of the entire surface area of the ice palace. A steady stream of Reiki energy emerged from Shifeng Zi's Niwen Palace. Under his control, the array continued to be perfected compared to his usual ease and ease of doing as he pleased. Shifeng Zi's eyes were full of caution at this moment. It could be seen that he was very cautious about this derivation mystic array in front of him. There was no room for any mistakes. At the corner of the ice palace, Chu Hen leaned against the wall and looked at Long Xuanchuang, who was not far away, with a gentle look in his eyes. The latter sat on the ground with her eyes closed and entered a state of meditation. She had to be in the best state to deal with what was about to happen next. Next to Chu Hen, the little girl from the North River Lost Tribe was curled up against him. Chu Hen had purposely put a thick shirt on her body. Although she had suffered a great shock, her breathing was obviously much steadier now. The wound on her neck had also coagulated into a red scab. The yin-yang beast Noni was also lying quietly at Chu Hen's feet, closing its eyes to rest. Suddenly, a strong wave of energy came from the front of Shifeng Zi. Chu Hen looked up and stood up. A dazzling array that looked like a wheel appeared in the open space in the middle of the hall. Rays of dazzling array patterns intertwined and connected from head to tail, forming a series of complicated and strange patterns. Then Shifeng Zi flipped his hand and an exquisite, small bottle appeared in his hand. After undoing the rune restriction on the bottle, a drop of 7-colored spiritual liquid floated out. Traces of soft light surged within the droplet-shaped spiritual liquid. It contained extremely pure and majestic immortal qi, as if the essence was extracted from the divine rainbow after the rain. Feng gently held the drop of spiritual liquid in front of him. With a flick of his finger, the spiritual liquid immediately flew towards the center of the talisman array. Buzz! It was like a drop of rain falling into a lake. Circles of gentle ripples spread out in all directions from the center. In an instant, the entire talisman array seemed to be dyed with the color of a divine rainbow. Every formation pattern glowed with a colorful swirl of light in the shape of a gossamer. It was a riot of colors, and the huge ice hall was illuminated by the multicolored light. Shifeng Zi turned around and looked at Chu Hen. We still need something to stabilize the core of the array, Chu Hen understood tacitly. He immediately stepped forward, and his true essence, Violet Palace, opened. An astonishing wave of qi spread out, and a rich white light flashed, accompanied by a majestic aura of desolation. In an instant, a black stone tablet that exuded a mysterious and ancient power appeared above the main hall. Buzz, buzz! The airflow in the entire palace was faintly trembling. Long Xuanchuang opened her eyes and looked at the scene in front of her with some surprise. Even Noni, who was resting with his eyes closed, looked up curiously. Is this the divine stone of the Great Path? Shifeng Zi murmured softly, his face full of amazement. However, what was even more shocking was that Chu Hen could actually control the power of the divine stone of the Great Path. It was truly admirable. Under Chu Hen's control, the divine stone of the Great Path turned into an ancient stone tablet that was 100 meters tall. Hua! The stone tablet gently landed in the center of the talisman array. A powerful circle of black light spread along the surface of the talisman array. The entire talisman array shook uneasily. Then the interweaving talisman patterns quickly climbed up the surface of the divine stone of the Great Path and intertwined with the dark golden ancient runes, seeing that there was no rejection between the divine stone of the Great Path and the mystic derivation formation. Shifeng Zi's eyes were even more surprised. He looked at Chu Hen and nodded to himself. To be honest, Shifeng Zi was a little skeptical before. After all, the divine stone of the Great Path was the most ancient divine item. Not many people in the world had even seen it, let alone control its power. Now, the last shred of doubt in his heart disappeared like smoke. Very quickly, the runes of the mystic derivation formation climbed up the surface of the divine stone of the Great Path and surrounded it. Senior, Chu Hen glanced at him. Shifeng Zi nodded solemnly. He clasped his hands together and crossed his fingers. A thick aura of righteousness filled the air. Activate! Hua! A mighty wave of air swept out in all directions. The thick layer of ice covering the ground of the ice hull cracked inch by inch. Countless dazzling beams of light shone from the large runes. Accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, the majestic power of the talisman array operated steadily. A steady stream of power poured into every rune of the talisman array from the divine stone of the great path. Thousands of strands of soft light rose into the air and gathered above the divine stone of the great path. Then, under Chu Hen and Shifeng Zi's heated gazes, a small mystic derivation formation appeared above. It was overflowing with light, like a divine disk. The small mystic derivation formation, floating above the divine stone of the great path, was like a projection of the large mystic derivation formation below. It floated in the air like a sky platform. At this point, the first 2 steps were completed. "You can take out the divine ice stone now," Shifeng Zi said. Chu Hen nodded slightly. He flipped his palm and waved a white light. Amidst the white light, an icy blue jade stone flew directly toward the small mystic derivation formation above the divine stone of the great path. It didn't move. The divine ice stone floated in the center of the formation. Buzz! The intense energy fluctuations caused space to tremble faintly. Streaks of light that looked like vines wrapped around the ice god stone. In an instant, the surface of the talisman array was covered in a layer of white frost. "The power is a bit domineering. I don't know if I can withstand it." Shifeng Zi's eyes were filled with worry. Chu Hen didn't answer him. Instead, he turned to look at Long Xuanchuang, who had already stood up. The latter pursed her red lips. Her beautiful eyes didn't waver. There was no need for too much communication. Both of them knew what the other was thinking. Chu Hen sighed softly, then said, "No matter what, I will make sure you're fine." Long Xuanchuang nodded. "Get ready to begin," Chu Hen said. With that, Long Xuanchuang took out the pure source solidifying pill from the wooden box. Her fair and slender fingers gently held the pill and placed it in her mouth. In the next instant, a ball of holy golden light flowed out of Long Xuanchuang's body. Her snow-white skin also flashed with golden light. Her entire body seemed to be bathed in the divine light. Immediately, Long Xuanchuang stepped into the air. Her graceful figure floated like a spirit goose toward the mystic derivation formation above the divine stone of the great path. Under the watchful eyes of Chu Hen and Shifeng Zi, Long Xuanchuang sat down in front of the divine ice stone in the center of the formation. Looking at the flowing light in front of her, the ice-blue jade stone that emitted an endless chilly aura, Long Xuanchuang gently reached out her hands and placed them on the divine ice stone. Whoosh! In an instant, a strong white cyclone quickly surged out. At the same time, countless interweaving formation patterns wrapped around Long Xuanchuang's delicate body. She closed her beautiful eyes and sank into a meditative state. The mystic derivation formation below the divine stone of the great path immediately activated. Along with a thick wave of air, a chaotic spiral of air currents rose up in the entire ice hull. With the mystic derivation formation acting as the pivot, the boundary power of Long Xuanchuang's bloodline quietly connected with the power contained in the divine ice stone. The divine ice stone shone brilliantly. An unparalleled 10,000-year-old ice yen power continuously flowed into the formation, then flowed through the formation patterns, and finally entered Long Xuanchuang's body. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. Every step was exceptionally stable. Feeling the gradual increase in power, Long Xuanchuang, Chu Hen, and Shifeng Zi's brows unconsciously relaxed. "Looks not bad," Shifeng Zi said with a sigh of relief. Even though he had spent his entire life researching various rune techniques and was also proficient in the rune power of various major fields. But for him, upgrading the boundary of his bloodline was a first. especially from a Xian body to a saint body, a high-level upgrade. Therefore, Shifengzi did not have much confidence. However, in the next moment, an unexpected situation occurred without any warning. Buzz! With a startled sound, the divine ice stone floating in front of Long Xuanchuang suddenly emitted a strong and uneasy rhythm. Long Xuanchuang's delicate body trembled, and her delicate eyebrows could not help but frown slightly. What was going on? Chu Hen and Shifengzi revealed a puzzled expression. Then the figures, birds, and beasts engraved on the four walls of the ice hall all simultaneously transformed into a series of dazzling lights. Whoosh! It was like a roar of frost. Streaks of illusory white light flashed from each of the patterns, like a mysterious ghost in a blizzard. Dozens of illusory shadows shrouded the sky above the divine ice stone and gathered. Balls of majestic whirlwinds gathered in the sky above the main hall. All the illusory shadows merged and immediately transformed into a huge figure. Like a dream, the figure's facial features were blurred, and its face seemed to be covered by a veil. It floated above the divine ice stone, indifferently looking at the ground, like a snow demon in a world of ice and snow. Slowly opening its arms, it embraced Long Xuanchuang in a split second. The speed of the derivation profound assimilation formation increased exponentially. The power that poured into Long Xuanchuang's body instantly became more violent by more than 10 times. The influx of this power had already exceeded the scope of what she could bear. Under the horrified gaze of Chu Hen and Shifengzi, a thick layer of ice quickly condensed on Long Xuanchuang's body, and the ice was constantly intensifying. Chapter 1193. Not good. This is the second layer of restriction on the divine ice stone. Shifengzi's eyes were wide open. His old face was filled with shock. Wind and frost like swords, ice whirlpools like knives. Thousands of illusory lights and shadows flowed out from the walls of the hall from all directions and gathered above the hall. The two profound derivation formations above and below the divine ice stone emitted a restless energy. Endless cold ice whirlpools filled the air above the divine ice stone. Countless illusory shadows intertwined to form a blurry snow demoness. The snow demoness spread open her arms and embraced the divine ice stone along with Long Xuanchuang. Long Xuanchuang's delicate body lightly trembled. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted and her beautiful face was filled with traces of paleness in an instant. The aura emitted by the other party immediately weakened. Layers of crystal clear frost spread out from Long Xuanchuang's fingertips and spread to her entire body at a speed visible to the naked eye in just a blink of an eye. Long Xuanchuang was directly enveloped by a layer of ice. Why is it like this? Chu Hen's gaze sank as he asked. Shifengzi shook his head. His gaze swept across the huge palace and finally landed on the illusion of the snow demoness in the air. He also frowned and said, "It seems that the master of this place doesn't want us to obtain the power of the divine ice stone so easily." Chu Hen clenched his fists. "Stop the profound derivation formation." "No," Shifengzi firmly rejected. "Once the profound derivation formation is stopped, the power contained in the divine ice stone will be even more uncontrollable." Shifengzi did not continue speaking. "Even so, even if the profound derivation formation were to continue, the power of the divine ice stone would still continue to flow into Long Xuanchuang's blood. Looking at the current situation, Long Xuanchuang would not be able to hold on for long. It was a dilemma. She could not advance or retreat. Looking at the divine ice stone that was constantly releasing powerful energy, Chu Hen was incomparably anxious in his heart. The layer of ice around Long Xuanchuang was getting thicker and thicker. She was like an exquisite ice sculpture. At the same time, her aura was rapidly weakening. His life force fluctuations were rapidly draining away. Shifengzi turned his head away. He could not bear to look at her. Chu Hen clenched his fists tightly. His nails dug deep into his palms, and warm blood flowed out from the gaps between his fingers. looking at Long Xuanchuang's exquisite and beautiful side profile through the ever-thickening ice. Chu Hen felt as if he was stuck in a quagmire. No matter what, I won't let anything happen to you. Just a moment ago, he had said those words to her, but now he was in a dangerous situation. The main reason is because the Ice God Stone triggered the second restriction, causing the power to go out of control, right? Chu Hen's voice was a little hoarse and low. Shifeng Zi gave him a sidelong glance. Chu Hen continued, "What if someone else bears half of the power for her?" "Don't tell me you want to." Shifeng Zi's expression changed again. "You can't do that. That's ice-type power. Apart from those with the same attribute bloodline, no one else can tolerate it. Moreover, without the protection of the pure source consolidation pill, only death awaits, however, before Shifeng Zi could finish speaking. Chu Hen directly stepped into the air and shot towards Long Xuanchuang like an aurora. "Chu Hen boy!" Shifeng Zi shouted to stop him. "Woo!" Even the yin-yang beast, Noni, let out a low growl. But Chu Hen seemed not to hear it. He directly stepped into the icy whirlwind that enveloped the divine Tao stone. Whoosh! The icy whirlwind was like a roar of frost. Sharp whirlwinds scraped against Chu Hen's body, as sharp as steel blades. Thin and shallow wounds quietly appeared on Chu Hen's face and the back of his hand. But he did not stop at all. He directly stepped into the small derivation, profound formation above him. He quickly arrived at the heart of the formation and stood in front of Long Xuanchuang, looking at the cold and beautiful face that was sealed under the frost. Chu Hen sat in front of her. Then he stretched out his palms and placed his palms on the ice god stone, floating in the heart of the formation. "Stop!" Shifeng Zi shouted again. Buzz! As his voice fell, an even more intense energy fluctuation surged from the ice god stone between Chu Hen and Long Xuanchuang. A powerful and piercingly cold white whirlwind swept in all directions. Streaks of brilliant and colorful array patterns immediately climbed up Chu Hen's entire body. Then the power of the bloodline boundary in Chu Hen's body rapidly circulated, and a strange purple light spread out from his body at the same time. The majestic power that originated from the ice god stone surged into Chu Hen's body like a terrifying undercurrent at the bottom of a glacier. It was irresistible and extremely cold without the protection of the pure source solid pill. In an instant, Chu Hen felt as if the major meridians in his body were about to explode. From head to toe, he felt as if he had fallen into an icy cavern. This kind of pain was much more intense than what Long Xuanchuang had experienced. Even so, Chu Hen's hands were still tightly pressed against the ice god stone, not moving even an inch. Chu Hen closed his eyes and did his best to control every bit of power that surged into his body. However, all the blood vessels in Chu Hen's body began to rupture. Streams of blood flowed out and quickly solidified. A thick layer of ice began to form along Chu Hen's arms and spread to his entire body. Soon, it turned into a second sparkling and translucent ice sculpture. Seeing this scene, Shifeng Zi's face was full of helplessness, his old eyes filled with loneliness. Why did he have to do this? Long Xuanchuang was just surprised. No one wanted to see anything happen to her. But Chu Hen was too impulsive. "Sob, sob," Noni whimpered softly, his round eyes filled with sadness. Ice and snow roared, and the wind and frost raged. The illusion of the snow banshee appeared in the air, overlooking the entire palace. An endless amount of winter energy was released. The two ice sculptures of Chu Hen and Long Xuanchuang were constantly covered by ice. Then the two ice sculptures fused into an even bigger ice sculpture. It was like a small ice mountain. The two of them, along with the ice god stone, were imprisoned within. Meow. At this moment, Noni suddenly let out a high-pitched cry. Shifeng Zi was startled. He raised his head and looked over. He saw Chu Hen, who was covered in dense purple flames, emitting a strange black light once again. Buzz, buzz, bursts of powerful energy fluctuations spread out, and a dense black light flowed out, quickly transforming into a human-shaped shadow. The shadow continued to rapidly increase in size. Its arms and body became solid and sturdy, forming a huge black shadow behind Chu Hen. The incomparably powerful aura directly shook the illusion of the snow banshee in the air. It was like a demonic god confronting the dreamlike snow banshee. Looking from afar, the snow banshee was behind Long Xuanxuang, hugging her in her arms. The demonic god was like a guardian god standing behind Chu Hen. The aura emitted by the two figures was unyielding, one cold, the other domineering. This is? Shifeng Zi's eyes were wide open. His heart was incomparably shocked. Following that, something even more unexpected happened. All of the ice god stone's energy that entered Chu Hen's body actually calmed down, like water filling up a dried-up riverbed, no longer violently repelling it. How could this be? Shifeng Zi's heart trembled. He was extremely shocked. It's actually compatible. The boundary of the non-ice attribute bloodline was actually compatible with the tyrannical cold energy of the ice godstone. Impossible. This kind of thing was simply impossible. However, the truth was right in front of him. Shifeng Zi had no choice but to believe it. Shifeng Zi's gaze was fixed on the black figure of the demonic god behind Chu Hen. His deep old eyes revealed an indescribable, complex expression. Chapter 1194. The huge ice hall was filled with cold air. Waves of cold air flowed in all directions. In the center of the hall, a luxurious and dazzling large glyph formation was spinning rapidly. The profound assimilation formation was derived. The great Tao Divine Stone was used to suppress the heart of the formation. An endless stream of ancient power continued the formation's operation. Above the great Tao Divine Stone, there was a small glyph parallel to the ground. Above the glyph formation, the tens of meters tall ice was like a small iceberg, sealing Chu Hen and Long Xuanxuang within it. The two sat facing each other in the ice. The ice divine stone floating in front of them flashed with a soft, icy blue light. On the other hand, the image of a demoness that was suffused with a boundless chilly aura and the image of a fiend god that emanated supreme divine might hovered in the sky behind them, respectively. The profound assimilation formation acted as the pivot. The boundless divine power from the ice divine stone entered Chu Hen and Long Xuanxuang's bodies. The two's auras grew at a rapid and steady rate. Shifeng Zi watched this scene quietly from below. In his eyes, there was still a hint of astonishment that had yet to completely subside. Looking at the layer of ice in the ice vortex, even though the two of them were still sealed in ice, their auras were gradually stabilizing. Long Xuanxuang's fading life force also became strong again. He had thought that this accident would not be able to stop Long Xuanxuang's death. But at the critical moment, Chu Hen had pulled her back from the abyss, compatible with the power of the ice divine stone. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, Shifeng Zi would not have believed what was happening in front of him. He did not have his own ice attribute bloodline as a support. He did not have the protection of the clear source strengthening pill. Any one of these factors was enough to kill Chu Hen on the spot. But at the last moment, there was a turn of events. Is this the power of controlling the great Tao Divine Stone? Shifeng Zi murmured softly. Apart from the surprise, the shock in Shifeng Zi's eyes gradually turned into relief, and the worry on his face slowly faded. No wonder his expression did not change when he was trapped in this ice hall. It turned out that he had underestimated Chu Hen from the very beginning. Immediately, Shifeng Zi carried Noni to the inner steps of the ice palace and sat down. Who knows how long we'll have to wait? I hope it won't be too boring. Noni narrowed his eyes and licked the fur on his front paw. Not long after, a soft sobbing sound came from the corner of the hall. Shifeng Zi glanced sideways and saw the little girl from the Beichuan lost clan huddled alone at the foot of the wall, trembling and crying softly. Shifeng Zi was startled. He had forgotten about her. He got up and walked towards the other party. although Shi Fengzi's face was gentle and kind. The little girl, who had been greatly frightened, still had a terrified look on her face. She lowered her head, not daring to look up. Shi Fengzi paused for a moment, then retreated. After a while, the little girl stopped crying, but she still lowered her head, placed her hands on her knees, and buried her head in the crook of her arms. She seemed to be muttering about the big white bear from before. At this moment, she faintly felt a furry little paw touch the back of her foot. She raised her head subconsciously, and her clear eyes reflected a delicate and cute black and white kitten. The girl was obviously stunned, as if she was a little surprised. The kitten stretched out its little paw and touched her little toe, then rolled on the ground. Its adorable look made the girl laugh. Obviously, compared to humans, she was more willing to interact with little beasts. Then the kitten waved its paw, stood up, and rolled on the ground. This made the little girl laugh out loud, and she quickly forgot the sadness from before. "Thank you for making me happy." The girl gently rubbed the kitten's head, then said, "Do you have a name?" "My name is Qingxue. It's called Noni." Hearing the sudden voice, the little girl's heart skipped a beat. Raising her head, she saw Shi Fengzi's kind and gentle face. Noni turned around and walked to Shi Fengzi's side, then squatted by his feet and looked at Qingxue in front of him. It was as if it was telling the other party that the grandpa next to it was not a bad person. Perhaps it was because she was familiar with Noni just now. Qingxue tried not to avoid Shi Fengzi's gaze. "New Noni? Did you give it that name? Are you its owner?" she asked timidly. "I'm not its owner. Its previous owner gave it that name. Then its owner must like it a lot, right?" "No. On the contrary, its previous owner almost killed it." "Ah, why?" Qingxue looked at the other party and Noni in shock. "Because its previous owner was a bad person, and it didn't want to listen to bad people, so it almost died. Then its current owner adopted it, and because its current owner is very kind. Noni is also very kind. It just doesn't want you to be too sad." Listening to Shi Fengzi's explanation, Qingxue pursed her lips, looked at Noni, then nodded. "I see. Then is its current owner here too?" Shi Fengzi shook his head, smiled kindly, and said, "Not yet. If there's a chance, I'll introduce him to you. He's not much older than you. I think the two of you will become good friends." Qingxue's eyes lit up, but then dimmed. "I can't leave the northern plains, snow region. I have to protect this place." "Protect this place? What about the other northern plains, lost clan members?" Qingxue shook her head. "After Grandpa died, only Dabai and I were left. Then Dabai also." At this point, Qingxue's eyes turned slightly red again. Shi Fengzi sighed softly in his heart. He couldn't help but feel some sympathy. A 10-year-old child was guarding this wintry land all by himself. It made people's hearts ache for him. He thought of the time in Ice City. "I'm sorry, Grandpa." Qingxue wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes, then asked, "Grandpa, what do you do?" Shi Fengzi was a little touched. Then he said with a smile, "I'm a pattern caster." "Pattern caster?" I heard from Grandpa that pattern caster is a very noble and very powerful kind of person. Shi Fengzi hesitated for a moment. Then he clenched his fist, and a dozen or so beautiful runes flowed out from his fingertips. The runes intertwined and circled around each other before transforming into a ball of white light. The ball of light gradually transformed into the shape of a white bear. "Dabai!" Qingxue called. Buzz, waves of strange energy waves spread out, and the white bear transformed into the illusory images of eagles, lions, tigers, and so on. Qingxue exclaimed repeatedly, "So powerful!" Shi Fengzi clenched his fist, and the light in his palm shattered into thousands of pieces and dissipated into the air. Then he asked, "Do you want to learn?" Qingxue, who was completely attracted by the magical changes in front of her, nodded without hesitation. "Okay then, I'll teach you from the most basic." Maybe it was because of sympathy, or maybe it was because of the boring waiting time. Shifeng Zi actually began to explain the most basic attributes of the symbols, the definition of pattern caster, and what Reiki energy was. Qingxue also seemed to have let down her guard, no longer afraid of Shifeng Zi, and listened attentively. As a result, Yin-Yang Beast Noni was a little bored. It looked at Shifeng Zi and Qingxue, then turned to look at Chu Hen and Long Xuanxuang, who were above the great Tao Divine Stone. After circling around twice, it actually walked toward the center of the hall. Noni slowly walked to the center of the hall. Then it actually walked to the edge of the profound derivation array, then lay down beside the talisman array and curled up into a ball. At the same time, a black and white light pattern surged out of its body. Buzz, buzz! A strange energy wave came from behind. Shifeng Zi suddenly turned around and couldn't help but squint at the scene in front of him. A wisp of yin and yang energy actually separated from the great Tao Divine Stone in the center of the profound derivation array. In the stable operation of the talisman array, that wisp of energy was like a river in the vast ocean. The yin and yang energy diverged along the light pattern at the edge of the talisman array and slowly flowed into Noni's body. Shifeng Zi was startled and couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 1195. Snow and ice danced in the air. Time passed by and nothing happened. As the days passed, the world inside the ice temple seemed to be isolated from the outside world. In the blink of an eye, almost a year had passed. With the help of the great Tao Divine Stone's divine power, the derivation profound assimilation formation was still operating smoothly. Above the great Tao Divine Stone, Chu Hen and Long Xuanxuang were still sealed in a thick layer of ice. Shifeng Zi stood under the talisman formation and looked at the two people above him. It's almost been a year. I thought it would be a little boring, but it doesn't seem so. Grandpa Master, I can control the fire runes now. At this moment, a clear and sweet voice came from behind. Shifeng Zi turned around and looked. His eyes were filled with kindness and gentleness. Qingxue's small hands were holding a ball of scorching crimson flame, while a few runes were circling around her other hand. The runes were fusing in her palm, and with a sizzling sound, the runes rotated rapidly before condensing into a small wind blade and the whirlwind rune. Qingxue's eyes were shining. With one hand holding the flame and the other holding the whirlwind, she waved at Shifeng Zi and said to the yin-yang beast that was lying not far away, "Noni, I succeeded, didn't I? Meow!" Noni called out softly in response. In the past year, Shifeng Zi had taken on the role of Qingxue's master. From the most basic low-level runes to helping Qingxue open her Naiwen palace and condense the Tao seed, Shifeng Zi did everything very carefully. It was as if he was teaching from a blank piece of paper. In less than a year, not only did Qingxue successfully upgrade the Tao seed to the street tree, but she also displayed an extraordinary talent in runes. This was definitely out of Shifeng Zi's expectation. Previously, he was just pitying the child. Plus, he wanted to kill some time. He did not expect her talent in runes to be far beyond his imagination. Later on, Shifeng Zi's thoughts also gradually changed. He started to let Qingxue address him as master and started to teach her the art of runes. Day after day, month after month, Shifeng Zi had unconsciously taken him as his own personal disciple. "Little Xue, you've improved a little again." Shifeng Zi revealed a benevolent smile and immediately walked in front of him. "Now you're a beginner rune artist." "Beginner pattern maker?" "Me." "Grandpa Shifu, what kind of tattoo artist are you?" "Zong stage," Shifeng Zi replied. Although Qingxue did not know the difference between the primary level and the Zong level, in her eyes, Shifeng Zi was the most outstanding person. "Grandpa Master, can I also become a Zong level rune master in the future?" she asked curiously. "No." Shifeng Zi shook his head in denial and then said with incomparable determination, "You will become a more powerful engraving master than a Zong stage. Stronger than a Zong master? What's that?" "A level that even I can't reach." "If even Grandpa Master can't reach it, then it's even more impossible for me. Shifengzi laughed loudly and patted her head. Of course you can. I'll help you reach that level. And I'll do my best. Qingxuan nodded vigorously. She was so obedient that it made people want to love her. Seeing such a sensible child, Shifengzi's eyes surged with some comfort. In reality, as he grew older, Shifengzi also knew that his potential was gradually being exhausted. If he had not obtained the immortal rune spirit tree in the ancient desolate heaven domain, it would have been very difficult for him to become a Zong-level rune master. Although his understanding of runes far surpassed other Zong-level rune masters of the same level, there was not much room for improvement in the realm. After studying the art of runes for his entire life, Shifengzi was eager to impart what he had learned to others. He turned around and looked at the young figure sealed in ice above the god stone of the great Tao. That young man was originally someone that he liked. However, as they got to know each other better, Shifengzi gradually understood that he was not qualified to be Chu Hen's master. The strength of the other party was far beyond Shifengzi's imagination, even if it was only in the field of runes. Their relationship was just that of a teacher and a friend. Moreover, it was more inclined towards the latter. Therefore, Shifengzi had never revealed his true thoughts to anyone. Qingshue's appearance brought quite a surprise to Shifengzi. She, who had never come into contact with runes, was as clean as a piece of white paper and as intelligent as a pearl. Moreover, she was only 12 or 13 years old. Shifengzi was very confident that under his guidance, Qingshue's future achievements would definitely surpass his. Therefore, the past year was not boring at all. Buzz, buzz! Suddenly, at this moment, a slight tremor of the earth suddenly spread out. What's going on? Shifengzi was shocked. Qingxue also revealed an uneasy expression. Grandpa Master, is someone here again? Shifengzi did not answer, but looked around with a serious expression. The light patterns on the walls of the ice palace flickered, emitting bursts of strong energy waves. At this moment, the impregnable restriction was actually touched. Buzz, buzz! The tremor became more and more intense, and the entire palace was shaking. Inyang Bisnoni also stood up, its vertical cat eyes staring at the sky above the palace. Woo! It roared in a low voice. Kacha! In the next moment, the giant icicle standing in the middle of the palace started to crack. At the same time, the airflow in the entire palace became restless and surged wantonly. Boom! An incomparably heavy sound suddenly exploded above everyone's head. Immediately after, the ice palace shook violently and the surrounding walls cracked rapidly, accompanied by the rumbling of wind and thunder. The roof of the palace suddenly exploded, and huge icicles and bricks fell down one after another. An earth-shattering hurricane rushed in like a wild current. What? Looking at the broken top of the palace, Shifengzi's expression changed. Like the undercurrent of the deep sea, the cold hurricane howled and filled the huge ice palace. The majestic ice pillars collapsed with a loud rumble. In the sky above the ice palace, wind and thunder raged, covering the sky and covering the earth. Under Shifengzi's shocked gaze, a terrifying, majestic hurricane whirlpool stirred up the heaven and earth, tearing the sky apart. Thunderstorm, nebula whirlpool. Countless violent black lightning flashed like lightning dragons, emitting the power to destroy the heaven and earth. This is... Shifengzi's eyes widened, and his voice trembled as he spat out two words. Divine tribulation! Divine tribulation. Kacha! At the same time, the layer of ice where Long Xuanxuang was quietly cracked. Chapter 1196. Divine tribulation. Bei Chuan Ice Palace, which had been silent for a year, was now facing the terrifying divine tribulation with a violent aura. Thunder roared in the sky above the ice palace, and the sky was about to crack. Rolling thunderstorms instantly enveloped the entire huge palace. Boom! The thick layer of ice that enveloped Long Xuanxuang instantly cracked. Accompanied by a vast and powerful aura, countless icy whirlpools rapidly circled around her above her. Thousands of lightning tribulations roared and flashed across the sky. In the center of the thundercloud vortex, where power was rapidly brewing, countless majestic divine thunderbolts rapidly gathered together. Every single bolt of lightning was emitting a terrifying aura. The divine tribulation was about to arrive. Her divine physique was about to be formed. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled, and the space was about to crack. As fast as lightning, countless cloud tribulations surged like black waves. The enormous nebula was like a huge millstone that blotted out the sky and covered the sun. Accompanied by a violent tornado that tore through the sky, black divine lightning with a destructive aura descended from the sky. Its aura was monstrous, and it was like a meteorite falling from the sky. Endless destructive aura enveloped them, and Shifeng Zi, Qingxue, and Noni could not stand steadily. They felt as if they were shouldering the pressure of a mountain. Whoosh! A piercingly cold whirlpool spread out, and Long Xuanchuang opened her eyes. Her eyes that were as bright as the moon were surging with a frosty aura. An extremely cold and arrogant aura was emitted. Long Xuanchuang moved, and she actually flew towards the descending divine tribulation. The high-speed spinning ice whirlpool enveloped her like a protective frost armor. An extremely shocking bloodline boundary power erupted, and a formless and powerful aura shot into the sky. Boom! Bang! In an instant, the terrifying lightning tribulations that pierced through the sky exploded one after another, turning into blossoming lightning fireworks that lit up the sky. A heavy and violent shockwave swept out in all directions. The walls around the palace cracked inch by inch, and the buildings and stone pillars collapsed. The entire palace was on the verge of collapse. Shifeng Zi narrowed his eyes and clasped his palms together. Reiki energy surged out. Immortal tree barrier. Kacha! Along with the sound of his voice, the ground at the edge of the hall immediately cracked open, and crystal-clear trees quickly extended out from the ground. The sturdy branches intertwined with each other like dragons. In the blink of an eye, it had grown into a towering tree that was over 100 meters tall. The towering trees acted as collapsed pillars, supporting the crumbling walls of the palace and preventing it from collapsing. However, shortly after, a thunderous sound came from the chaotic sky again. Shifeng Zi's heart skipped a beat. He saw that the incomparably chaotic thunderstorm was actually brewing up an incomparably huge lightning tribulation. 2 divine tribulations? Shifeng Zi couldn't help but clench his fists tightly, and there was surprise in his eyes. As far as he knew, there was only one divine tribulation for a profound body to become a divine body. It was very rare for 2 divine tribulations to occur. This could only happen if the bloodline boundary was strong to a certain extent. Rumble. The deafening sound caused one's blood to boil and one's mind to tremble. The huge black lightning that pierced through the 9 heavens was like a huge dragon that swooped down. Long Xuanchuang was below it, and she was as small as a butterfly in a storm. Even if it was 1,000th of its power, it would be enough to make her die in an instant. However, Long Xuanchuang didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Her eyes were like autumn water, and her hair was like black silk. There were faint ripples in her gentle eyes. Her long dress danced in the air, and her sleeves fluttered. An extremely powerful aura leaked out. In an instant, a white shadow that emitted a dreamy aura appeared in the sky behind her. The cold aura of winter filled the sky, and the white shadow was like a snow wind demoness with a veil covering her face. It slowly opened its arms and embraced Long Xuanchuang. Clang! The black lightning that tore the sky and split the earth struck down with the power of a shocking dragon that could destroy everything. The monstrous power that could destroy heaven and earth shook the entire place. Bang! A violent turbulence surged in the sky above the ice temple. Endless lightning exploded in the sky, and an incomparably huge lightning flower bloomed like a lightning lotus. The earth-shattering shock wave caused the entire sky above the ice temple to sink into an unprecedented chaos. The space was distorted, as if it could split open at any time in the center of the power of the lightning. Long Xuanchuang was like a beautiful and refined snow lotus, noble and elegant. The snow, wind, demoness, white shadow protected him under her body, withstanding the violent impact of the black lightning tribulation. Seeing this scene, Shi Fingzi let out a sigh of relief. His heart, that was hanging in the air, couldn't help but relax. Rumble. The violent nebula vortex that enveloped the sky above the ice temple gradually stabilized. Following that, tens of thousands of golden lights poured down from the dense layers of clouds, like the first rays of dawn, enveloping Long Xuanchuang's body. She seemed to be bathing in the divine golden light, emitting an extraordinary holy aura. At the same time, the boundless cold ice vortex that filled the surroundings revolved around Long Xuanchuang's body. Then, the ice vortex rapidly condensed, turning into strands of white light that flowed towards the center of her eyebrows. Her beautiful long hair fluttered in the wind, and her eyes were clear and bright. The strands of white light converged between Long Xuanchuang's eyebrows, turning into a bright, snowflake pattern. It was sparkling and resplendent like a star. Ancient, eternal realm. Feeling the powerful aura from Long Xuanchuang, Shi Fingzi nodded and muttered. Such an aura had most likely reached the 6th level of the ancient eternal realm. Looking at the snowflake spirit pattern between Long Xuanchuang's eyebrows, Qingxue couldn't help but say in a low voice, "It seems to be the symbol of Lord Ice Empress." Ice Empress? Shi Fingzi was inwardly surprised. But on second thought, the Ice God Stone was a supreme divine object refined by Ice Empress with the power of the 10,000 years of cold winter in the north. Long Xuanchuang had used the Ice God Stone as the cornerstone to evolve the boundary of her bloodline, which was equivalent to indirectly obtaining the power of Ice Empress inheritance. In Qingxue's eyes, it was naturally somewhat familiar and similar. The powerful aura gradually converged, and the light pattern between Long Xuanchuang's eyebrows also concealed. She first turned around to look at Chu Hen, who was still sealed in the layer of ice, and a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. Then she flew down and landed on the ground. "Senior West Wind." Shi Fingzi nodded slightly. "You've finally succeeded. Congratulations!" A glimmer of light flashed in Long Xuanchuang's eyes, and she immediately asked, "Why is Chu Hen also up there?" Shi Fingzi narrowed his old eyes, sighed softly, and nodded. "Because there's a problem." Immediately, Shi Fingzi recounted the accident that happened before, as well as the cause and effect of Chu Hen disregarding the obstruction to enter the formation. After listening, Long Xuanchuang couldn't help but feel touched. She clenched her jade-like hands. A pair of beautiful eyes filled with complex emotions as she looked at the young figure sealed in the ice. She didn't expect Chu Hen to take such a big risk for her. "Why hasn't he woken up yet?" Long Xuanchuang asked. Shi Fingzi shook his head in confusion. "I don't know either." He also didn't know anything about Chu Hen's condition now. And at this moment, a strange power began to quietly overflow from the top of the great Tao Divine Stone. The two were startled and looked up, only to see a series of cracks rapidly appearing on the ice around Chu Hen. The power became clearer, the waves more intense, and a demonic purple light rose. Boom! With a loud explosion, the sky was filled with ice crystal shards like a tide surging in all directions. In an instant, a vast aura, even stronger than before, spread out. Endless purple light stacked up like a tide. Bang, bang, bang! All of the towering trees that Shi Fingzi had condensed exploded at the same time. On the ground, incomparably deep cracks rapidly extended out of the walls. The huge ice palace shook unsteadily, and all sorts of buildings and ice pillars collapsed to the ground, like an ancient monster that had broken free of its cage, or a flood that had broken through a dam. He was like a primordial undercurrent. A howling purple light shot up from Chu Hen's body into the sky. Zang, a strong spatial rhythm was released, and Chu Hen's eyes suddenly opened. His incomparably bewitching purple pupils shone with brilliance, and the 5 black dots slowly rotated. In the next instant, one of the dots vibrated violently and split into 2. In an instant, 6 black dots appeared in the depths of Chu Hen's pupils. There seemed to be a heavy trembling sound between heaven and earth, evil and unparalleled, like the supreme aura of a demon god, shaking heaven and earth. Inside Chu Hen's body, there seemed to be a ferocious ancient beast roaring. 6-star demon eyes awakened. Chapter 1197. 6-star demon eyes awakened. Within the purple mansion world of true essence, the stars moved, and the universe of all things. An earth-shattering aura swept through the 9 heavens. The vast and boundless true inner force surged like the sea. In the sky above the true inner force that flowed like a river, the originally transparent purple mansion, Saint Soul, seemed to be much more solid than before. The aura it released was also stronger and more powerful. At this moment, the illusory Saint Soul slowly opened its eyes. Its deep eyes were as vast as the sea of stars. The aura emitted from every inch of his body was exactly the same as Chu Hen's original body. Then the Saint Soul phantom lifted its gaze and looked into the sky. There, a pair of huge purple eyes of the demon god floated in the sky, looking down on all things. The 5 dots in the depths of the eyes trembled violently and released a shocking demonic aura. As it slowly rotated, the 5 dots turned into 6. The 6-star demon eyes looked down at the heavens. Screech! Soon after, a loud phoenix cry that pierced through the 9 heavens resounded through the world. The rainbow divine vermilion bird, who was bound by a dozen or so purple chains, seemed to have been reborn. Boundless purple demonic flames revolved around it as it spread its colorful wings and broke free from its chains before flying straight into the heavens. I'm back! Whoosh! The sky was dyed by the all-encompassing multicolored light, and the splendid holy light sprinkled down like a divine rainbow after the rain. Chu Hen looked up at the other party with the help of his Saint Soul body, and his illusory face couldn't help but reveal a comforting smile. You've finally awakened. Thinking back to the battle at the Thunder Saint Palace, the scene was still vivid in his mind. The slender figure in the 7-color divine light was like a dream. She looked back hastily for a short moment, as if she had seen it for tens of thousands of years. At that time, the slender and gentle figure turned around and looked at Chu Hen, who had a pair of bloodshot eyes and was about to become a demon. From the side of her beautiful face to the bright starry eyes that flowed over, it was like a graceful swan in the dark night. There was a kind of indescribable, breathtaking beauty. He was caught off guard. Remember, don't use that power again. I hope you can amaze me the next time we meet. Her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was completely different from her usual hoarse and deep voice. Instead, it was as graceful as glass. The moment their eyes met, Chu Hen instantly woke up and broke free from Qi Tianling's control. Sacred Wing, Heavenly Flame, Sparrow! After sleeping for 2 years, he had finally awakened. Screech! Wherever the phoenix danced in the 9 heavens, the auspicious clouds burned like divine fire. The sacred-winged, heavenly flame Sparrow looked down at the vast primordial Qi torrent and at Chu Hen's purple mansion Saint Soul. Level 7 Eternal Realm. You really didn't disappoint me. The corners of Chu Hen's mouth curled up as he chuckled. Didn't you say that when we meet again, I hope to amaze you? The 2 of them were like old friends who had not seen each other for a long time. It was a little emotional. He was also a little touched. Looks like a lot of things happened while I was asleep. The sacred-winged, heavenly flame Sparrow said. Chu Hen nodded. I've always had a lot of things to do. If you're interested, I can tell you slowly. But before that, I'm afraid you have to tell me your name. Your name? The other party laughed. Her voice was like a silver bell. Li, Qingli mo Qingli. The other party replied. Chu Hen smiled. Nice to meet you. In the ice palace. The huge palace was already in a mess. The icicles had collapsed, the walls had collapsed, and the ground was split open with long, narrow, and rugged faults. The air was filled with a chaotic, powerful, and terrifying aura. Shifeng Zi, Long Xuanchuang, and Qing Xue all looked at the young figure floating above the great Tao Godstone in shock. A thick, demonic purple light rose around his body like flames. Immediately after, Chu Hen's eyes slowly opened. After a burst of violent energy trembling, all of the chaotic aura that pervaded the world quickly converged, like a whale sucking in water. Hua! An extraordinary aura flowed out. Chu Hen looked at the people below and couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile. Then his body moved and he flew down. An invisible aura quietly dispersed. Seeing that the aura released by Chu Hen was far stronger than before, Shifeng Zi's eyes were filled with surprise. Long Xuanchuang hurriedly walked up and asked anxiously, How are you? Are you injured? Injured. Chu Hen smiled and shook his head. I'm fine. Feeling the powerful aura from Long Xuanchuang, Chu Hen's brows were filled with excitement. Did you succeed? Yes. Long Xuanchuang nodded. What grade of sacred physique? I'm not sure yet. After saying that, Long Xuanchuang's mind moved, and a snowflake-shaped spiritual tattoo flashed between her brows. Then a cold ice vortex started to circulate around everyone. The cold ice vortex was like a whirlpool formed by roaring ice and frost. The extremely cold airflow caused everyone's blood to freeze. Feeling this powerful bloodline boundary power, Chu Hen's eyes could not help but light up. This power is definitely not weaker than a high-grade sacred physique. Long Xuanchuang retracted her aura, and her clear eyes flashed. Shifeng Zi, who was at the side, also expressed his surprise. Meow. Noni, the yin-yang beast, also chimed in, as if in agreement. Chu Hen glanced sideways and looked at him in surprise. Noni's power seems to have increased a lot too? Huh, you don't say. Shifeng Zi laughed and pointed at Noni. This stupid cat has been running to the edge of the profound derivation formation from time to time in the past year to borrow the power of the great Tao Divine Stone. It's hard not to improve. Noni had the ability to control the power of yin and yang. The great Tao Divine Stone also contained a huge amount of yin and yang power. Therefore, it could absorb it. After hearing Shifeng Zi's words, Chu Hen couldn't help but laugh. Then he looked at Long Xuanchuang. It's been a year. Senior Shifeng, you've worked hard during this period. It's not hard on me at all. Shifeng Zi waved his hand and said happily, I've been very happy this year. Haha, happy? The two were startled. Then they looked at Qing Xue, who was standing beside Shifeng Zi. When he felt the slight ripple of spiritual energy emitted from Qing Xue's body, Chu Hen immediately understood what was going on. It's about time, let's go. Shifeng Zi said. Chu Hen nodded, then turned to look at the black stone tablet in the center of the profound derivation formation. I'll go get the great Tao Divine Stone. And the Ice Divine Stone, second sister, you go get it. The Ice Divine Stone was a supreme divine item made by the Ice Monarch. It contained the power of 10,000 years of winter. For Long Xuanchuang, who had an ice attribute bloodline, it could be said to be a tailor-made treasure. Long Xuanchuang didn't refuse. Then she and Chu Hen put the Ice Divine Stone and the great Tao Divine Stone into their bags. Then they left the ice hall and returned to the sky above the northern snowy region. The northern snowy region, which used to be windy and snowy, had a rare sunny day. The gentle sunlight shone on the white northern snowy region, forming a unique and beautiful scenery. Looking at this familiar environment, Qing Xue couldn't help but think of her only companion, Dabai, Roar. But at this moment, a low roar came from afar. Following that, a snow-white violent bear actually ran towards them from the ice field. leaving a row of neat footprints on the snowy ground. Dabai? Qingshue's eyes lit up. She ran forward in surprise and joy. Dabai, you're still alive. That's great. Whoosh! The white bear breathed out water vapor from its nose and mouth. Its huge head was on the ground, allowing Qingxue to grab its fur. Seeing this, Long Xuanxuang turned to look at Chu Hen beside her. Previously, Luo Lu's sword from the Imperial Sword Sect was 100% certain to take the bear's life. However, at the last moment, Chu Hen, who was hiding in the dark, used a gentle force to push the white bear away from its position. As a result, Luo Lu's sword missed the white bear's vital points. This was also why Luo Lu had angrily reprimanded Chu Daring twice for meddling in his business. Dabai, it's great that you're not dead. Qingxue jumped up and down happily. Then she turned to look at Shifeng Zi and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Grandpa Master. I can't leave the northern snowy region with you. I have to stay and accompany Dabai. Shifeng Zi was startled. A hint of loneliness welled up in his old eyes. But he replied with a smile, Okay. However, Dabai raised his head and a low voice came from his throat. Qingxue was stunned and looked at him in confusion. Dabai, what did you say? You want me to go with them? As soon as he said that, everyone present was stunned. Dabai nodded in response. Why? Isn't it better for us to stay here? Qingxue asked. Dabai spoke softly in beast language that only Qingxue could understand. His brown eyes were filled with determination. Shifeng Zi's expression was clearly uneasy. He couldn't help but ask, What did he say? Qingxue turned around, her eyes red. Dabai wants me to leave the northern snowy region with you. He said this is not a place for me to stay. A hint of warmth appeared in Shifeng Zi's eyes. He's right. This is indeed not a place for you to stay. Now that the ice palace has reappeared, there are no more secrets in the northern snowy region. There's no need for you to stand guard here. Leave with us today and come back to see your friends later. Phew! Dabai seemed to agree with Shifeng Zi's words and agreed softly. Qingxue bit her lip, tears welling up in her eyes. After an extremely difficult moment of hesitation, she slowly retreated back to Shifeng Zi's side. Dabai, you must wait for me to come back. Don't let the bad guys hurt you again, the white bear moaned softly as a response. Chu Hen also patted Qingxue's shoulder. Don't worry. No one will come to the northern snowy region in the future. Dabai will be very safe. Qingxue wiped the tears from her eyes, and a pure smile appeared on her face. In the northern snowy region, the huge white bear stood proudly on the summit of a snowy mountain and roared into the sky. It gazed at Chu Hen, who was getting further and further away. Shifeng Zi and the others disappeared into the snowy region. They left Ice City and announced the conclusion of their trip to the northern snowy region. Although there were a few accidents that occurred in the span of over a year, this trip had finally come to a successful conclusion. Long Xuanxuang had successfully evolved to the holy body bloodline limit. Her cultivation base had also advanced by leaps and bounds to the 6th stage of the Eternal Realm. The biggest surprise was still Chu Hen. Due to a freak combination of factors, his bloodline had advanced again, and his cultivation base had also advanced by 4 stages, reaching the 7th stage of the Eternal Realm. This full stop also meant that a new prologue was about to begin. After a year, Chu Hen embarked on his journey back to the martial sect.